WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever.
Very good. Love makes a man weak. I learned that early on. You never learned it at all.
WINO Forever, the Deappening Podcast. I'm Sarah. This is episode 20. I'm joined by Arm. Okay, I'm done. Let's move on. Since you won't do the intro, I'll do it.
I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I just think you have a perfect elementary school teacher patter voice for that opening. I think most would agree. I think I sound forced if I try to do that.
You don't just say it and spit
Unless
it out.
You could do it like an Alec Optimus Prime voice or something.
You can do anything you put your brilliant mind to.
Welcome to the Deappening.
Oh, yeah.
This week on the Depp.
Don't do your
Episode
joke
20.
about what you're going to become.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry,
Camilla's
inside
going to have to
stuff.
become.
No. We can't say that word on YouTube, apparently. Okay. So what are we going to do today? We got a bunch of stuff. This is going to be a long one.
Can I tell you though? I was in the shower and listening to the last few episodes and listening to Amber Heard's You remember for a while vocal fry was a thing?
Yeah, I
remember
sometimes
vocal
I have
fry?
it. Mm-hmm.
We didn't bring that up, I don't think, on either one, but there was a little bit of a time when vocal fry, and it seemed to be directed towards, would you say, millennium broads and Gen Z?
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be that age. It could even be older. Like Beth has vocal fry, but Amber Heard.
I do. I have my moments.
Would you call her millennial?
She's what, mid to late 30s at this point.
36, I think.
What's the cutoff? Official
I don't know.
Cutoff.
I forget. It changes all the time.
She has the stereotypical entitlement of a millennial. I'm not saying it's accurate, but she seems to.
Vocal fry is one of.
I have a job. I apologize. I have a job where I have to have something to listen to for 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
So I will turn on random podcasts. There are dozens that I've had to just turn off because I can't stand the tone of the voice.
Yeah.
And it's rampant in women who want to come off as sexual.
Yes.
Somehow.
But also victim voice.
Yes, that's true.
You're trying to use your feminine wiles in victim voice to get what you want, and it goes up and down, and you use it as you see fit.
Yeah.
We should be seeing through it very rarely is it authentic pain or and it's the kind of grifting Amber Heards of the world that use that as have it in their hip pocket to get sympathy and victimization points and histrionic person, all the, and that's all I could think, and I came back to me that phrase. And when I was listening to the last few episodes, just kind of jumping around different points, and now all I heard is her. So I was thinking, I created this new character in the shower.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. Maybe I'm the only one who and the character's name is Glenn Vocal Fry. And so
oh my God.
you sing Glenn Fry songs in millennial, Gen Z Vocal Fry voice, as if, and the best part is they don't know who he is. Right, so why would anybody in that generation care about Glenn Fry?
I'm preparing myself emotionally for this.
This is one. The heat is on. I can feel the fire. The heat is on. Flames are burning higher. What's another one he
Oh my
does?
God.
How about, remember we both binged Miami Vice
Correct.
because I don't know why.
No, because it's fun
Why
to
did you
do.
tell me to watch that? Yeah, well,
It
the good thing is they
is
preserve the songs, they preserve the music.
on our version, yes, we have the original music. It's campy, it's kitschy, and I
I
don't
was
know.
likening it to 21 Jump Street too. I remember thinking, I
Yeah, but
want to see the crossover.
once in a while, it's fun to jump in a time machine and travel back to your youth and see what was happening. Remember what was happening at the time.
I don't know about you,
Hmm.
but I'm on the early part of season 3,
I am
and
in the
I need
same.
it to ramp up. I find it immensely overrated. I'd never watched it. Here's the problem with me. When it was on in the 80s, I was such a hoop head that all my basketball on Friday, all the NBA, and I probably had games myself.
Hmm.
Yeah, a lot of I did. High school, middle school, and into high school even. On Friday night was basketball night. There's no question. So I didn't get to watch a ton of network TV on Friday night. I'd go out here and there, but I was either watching the NBA or playing in some capacity. So I didn't watch Miami Vice. It was on Friday nights, I think 9 on NBC.
That sounds right. Friday night, yeah.
And when it was gone, it was gone. It wasn't. You weren't getting the replay. And I always promised myself I'd go back and watch it. I've binged 2 seasons and I'm into 3. I'd heard that 3 takes a turn for the better. It's a little more, it's darker or something. The tone's better, but I find it
I
really
can't.
uneven and overrated.
No, you're right. It's the same kind of storyline in every episode.
Yeah.
Drugs.
Yep.
And it's hard for me. It's taking me forever to get through it. And we've talked about this off air. And it's hard to get through because it's difficult, and I can't put it into words as usual, but it's difficult to binge watch because after one, I'm done. I find myself, I zone out.
Yes. I could not get 2 in. I think there was one time I did because it was a 2-part episode. So I decided to stick with just watch the 2-parter.
Mm-hmm.
They went to New York.
This is so long ago, and I think that this is where you're going to possibly. Pam Grier played Rico's girlfriend.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
the
the
only.
best part about it is the guest stars because you pretty much
Well,
every
yeah,
episode
but
you could spot somebody.
that's probably the only episode that I've been able to watch all the way through without zoning out for a part of it. I found that very enjoyable, but she hasn't been back.
I told you, well, it's so like, and I'm not even segueing to Depp, but I'm going to do a compliment to our favorite show. So after that, I told you that I watched 21 Jump Street, trying to go through it again, looking for something. And 21 Jump Street, I was riveted. As cheesy as it and dated sometimes it can be, I watched 2. I was just directly after that. I was riveted to every word. I was in on every, and it's got something to do with that Jump Street plays humor better, or the characters are more the quiet scenes, the subtle scenes are way better. Miami Vice doesn't do subtlety well at all. There's no humor. And Michael Mann, who's totally humorless, is the boss on the show.
It's an era when they were filming it in the 80s where they were trying to be so artsy and make it so visual that it took away from the interesting parts of the storyline. Like
don't discount what David said about Michael Mann as just a humorless, control freak, anal prick, and he set the tone on that show. So don't expect like nice humor, subtle scenes when on the downtime. If he's setting the tone, he doesn't do humor very well.
No,
And I'm not even saying
agree.
just subtle humor. I'm not even. I'm not madcap anything. Jump Street was really, really good at. The actors played it really well too, and the dialogue with them on the downtime was just so far superior. I'm going to compare both shows. I think Jump Street's way better. It's for several reasons. But then on Miami Vice, a lot of that got they love that they're attached to the music. They have all these Phil Collins and Glenn Frey, which is why we started this conversation, were attached to that show in some capacity in the musical soundtrack kind of way. And Glenn Frey was on the show, as was Phil Collins. I think a few times. If it was recurring or not.
It also helped throw Phil Collins completely into the stratosphere of fame with In the
I
Air
Could Feel
Tonight.
It. Yeah, In the Air Tonight. And then how about so that brings me to my second song. It's a Glenn vocal fry. So this song was played. I think we both watched this one, like the entire song, and it's a long song throughout the whole episode. This was played. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the clue. It's just the nature of the business. It's the smuggler's blues. Now. Smuggler's blues. You know who Depp likes? Depp's immediate circle. I realize this too. He has a lot of vocal fry in his immediate circle. Marilyn Manson's vocal fry is son of a bitch too, right?
The epitome.
Right? He doesn't get called on that. Come on, Jack, you're a savage, Jack.
I think with him, he tries to do it.
Yes, it's very right.
I don't think it really comes as naturally to a man as it does to a fame-whoring female.
How about this one? You remember this one? This is an old, they call this mom music, even though I think Glenn Frey considers himself rock and roll, a hard rockin' Texas rocker. Or he's from Detroit. He's from Detroit. Don Henley's from Texas.
I've avoided the Eagles my entire life and knowing anything about them.
I like a few Eagles songs. I definitely like a few. I like a lot of Don Henley songs. But you remember this one? Are you gonna stay with the one who loves you? Or are you going back to the one you love? Someone's gonna cry when they've heard they've lost you. And someone's gonna thank the stars above. Remember that one?
Every song is 25 minutes.
Are you going back to the one who loves you? Or are going back to the one you love? Someone's gonna cry when they've heard they've lost you. Someone's gonna thank the stars above.
That's an interesting character to explore more deep.
I can't get enough. You belong to the city.
Well, you need to get enough of it because you need to rest your voice for this episode.
Concrete under your feet.
Oh my God.
It's in your. You're a man of the street. You can feel it. You can taste it.
If your voice goes out later, I am going to bury Glenn vocal fry.
I don't think
and he's never going to be seen again.
I'm going to do the Eagles next time.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Let me get in. Let me sidetrack.
That's my new character. That's my new character.
That's a good character. He can read some deposition later on. Let me sidetrack real quick. I want to make a quick mention because we have mentioned it before. A new trailer for a new movie has come out. I didn't even know it was being made. I very sporadically tap into this subject, But I've mentioned before, and you've mentioned that I have a PhD in TCB. That's Elvis talk.
Okay.
And since unfortunately I don't want it to be the case, but late Johnny Depp kind of reminds me in some ways of Elvis Presley.
Well, that's what the writer in Rolling Stone said.
Yeah, exactly. It's a genius comparison. It's a sad comparison.
Stephen Roderick, I should say, wrote that brilliant piece in the
Yeah.
Rolling Stone.
Well, I hope our hero can right the ship before, the obviously outcome happens. But this.
Can I circle back on one thing before I forget? I don't want to forget this. I've been holding this. So I read an old article with Depp. I don't know what it was. It's a really old piece, and I think it was from the late '80s. I was going back looking for something, and this gets to. We talk about Miami Vice, and if in a different time, if Depp moves to Los Angeles later, how much do you want to bet he would have been on Miami Vice in some capacity they would have just plucked him off because he's from Miramar, Florida, which is right where that film. I guarantee you his band would have played all they did was bring in bands and the whole thing was shot in Miami. I guarantee you he would have been on that show in some capacity. Guaranteed.
No.
Either through his band, the Kids, they would have plucked them out and thrown them in a background scene. They would have used him as like a background extra or maybe an expanded role. But the reason I say this too is, so he's in this article and he said that the only exposure he ever had to Hollywood before actually moving out there was he crashed the set. I'm sure Blowfish was with him, of some William Shatner movie that was being shot in southern Florida. And I'm trying to remember, it's called Crash, I think, where it's a plane crash or something and the wreckage and it's shot in and around. So I went and looked it up and it exists. I think he was 15. So it's like a 1978 William Shatner movie that was shot in Florida that he said he like crashed the set. And I'm obsessed with what this movie even is. It was like all you knew was Star Trek, especially then. And you didn't think of him in any movies. And Depp crashed the set of this movie. And I thoroughly believe he would have some. If he moved to Florida, if he moved to LA, say 3-4 years later than he did, he would have been on Miami Vice in some capacity. He'd have to be.
I agree. I was.
Superhero is Shazam, Captain Marvel.
Yeah, let me show you something, and I'll pause it. Look, there we go.
The same thing. Initially, the character's name was Captain Marvel, and there was some like licensing with Marvel. Didn't want Marvel to be used in the name of a DC character, and so it became. And everybody just called him Shazam anyway. Yeah. So it just became easier. It's like, why don't you just call him Shazam?
Well, see this jumpsuit shot here? That's totally Shazam.
Like with the scene at 21 Jump Street when Frederick Forrest goes, Shazam, Captain Marvel.
So let me get rid of that. And
oh god, it looks pretty good. Now, where is this Shazam? Where is this Shazam Elvis movie?
Where is it?
Can I ask you this too?
Yeah. What do you mean though? Where is it?
Where do you see it? It's an Elvis. What? It's a movie.
Yeah, it's a biopic.
Is it in the theater? It's going to be in the theater.
Yes, June 24th. Because there's a big rush on the rock and roll biopics now. Because you've got the Bohemian Rhapsody, you've got the Elton John movie, all that. So this is like probably the best one they could do. See, that's Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker.
Wow, he's almost unrecognizable.
Yeah,
I can't tell that's him. I can't tell that's him.
I cannot wait. So that's my sidetrack. So let me add.
Boy, Tom Hanks, and I know he gets the best scripts and everything, and he's got access, and he's very easy to work with. And what a career! I really thought Depp's career was gonna derail his. I really thought if he just kept on that same independence or just the shrewd gumption of picking scripts the way he did through the 90s that really threw blow and stuff, that he was going to usurp Tom Hanks, and he doesn't have a shot.
Can you imagine
I'm
let's
talking
say,
about just film for film choices and stuff like that.
can you imagine though someday down the road, and you and I may not even be around when this happens, but depending on how, Johnny Depp leaves us, that there would be a movie like this about Johnny Depp.
Oh God, yeah, you bank on it.
And how sad would that be to watch? Just everything that we know, and there's going to be so much more that we don't know that would come out.
Yeah.
I kind of hope I'm not
Did
around.
you ever see? This is for all our massive listener base too. Did you ever see the movie Celebrity with Woody Allen?
No, I don't watch Woody Allen
Okay,
movies.
well, we're gonna have to watch that because I think I'm the only one who picked up on this. I don't know why I'm the only one who picked up on this, and I'm sure there's somebody else out. Please, somebody, I'm not the only one. You know, DiCaprio plays Depp in that movie.
No, I didn't know
There's
that.
a vignette. There's interweaving vignettes. Well, also Winona Ryder's in that movie. DiCaprio, basically, Woody Allen has him portraying Depp in the Kate Moss hotel thing.
Oh, okay.
So they reenact their fight, and they don't say who it is. There's no question that is utterly and completely based on Depp and Kate Moss in that hotel, the Mark Hotel in Manhattan incident. And so he's basically playing Depp in that movie. It never comes up. I don't know why it doesn't come up.
Well, yeah, I get why they would. That was back in the day. That was an iconic MTV news clip. Him being led out of that hotel in handcuffs in his dark beanie.
And so they tried to they wove that into the movie that DiCaprio is playing like a Depp-like personality, and they somehow Woody Allen was, let's celebrate the pedos. Roman Polanski, Woody Allen. Good taste, guys. Way to take a stand.
Yeah. Well,
keep supporting Woody Allen.
For me, that I avoid Woody Allen because of the obvious, what you just said.
He's such an overrated motherfucker.
I know. But the love story, the never-ending love story to New York from Woody Allen.
Yeah, stop.
I don't give a fuck. There are.
We got it.
100,000 other cities in the United States of America that are 10 times better than anything New York has ever shat out.
The worst thing is you could never do what he did again. You could keep saluting New York, but the place that accepts you and your hideous, lascivious ways, you stupid pedo cretin. You could never move there and do what he did again. You can't set up shop and become a maverick filmmaker. It's too expensive. You'd be chewed up and spit out in 3 weeks. You can't do that anymore. Those days are long gone. That New York is a long time ago.
No, you're right.
A lost era of trying to become an artist going there. Forget it. Unless you're set up with some trust fund, you will be spit out. 95% of the people, at least, will be spit out in 2 weeks. With what?
Yeah, you had some stuff about his social media.
Oh well, Depp. This is Depp News, right? So this is just a great clunky segue to Depp News. So I found this article. I think I stumbled onto it. So the gist of this is Depp, and again, I promised I wouldn't bring up Minamata again, and I'm not really bringing it up, but excuse me. So the story is, I guess I'll read it for you, and then I'll follow up with. The title is Hollywood Stars Avoid Reacting to Johnny Depp's Instagram post about his new film, Minamata. The film was delayed because of the coronavirus pandemic. Thousands of people reacted to Johnny Depp's Instagram post, which he posted to announce the release of his film, Minamata. Release. There's not one release, there's 10 releases. The 15th release of his movie, Minamata. No prominent Hollywood actor is amongst almost 1 million people who like Depp's photo. No prominent Hollywood actor was among almost 1 million people who liked Depp's photo on the Facebook-owned application. Johnny Depp on Friday took to Instagram to ask his fans to watch his new film, Minamata, which is in theaters in the U.S. Sharing multiple pictures from the film, the actor wrote, in 2019, Just before the pandemic struck, we made a film about giving a voice to those who have no voice. Such a theme feels more important today than ever. I wonder who that's referring to.
Mm-hmm.
With all love and respect to the strong, beautiful, and brave people of Minamata, their story is out in U.S. theaters today. Johnny Depp lost a libel battle in London last year, which has seen the final straw in his diminishing career as a major, major movie star. Depp, now 58, best known for swaggering Jack Sparrow of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, has sued the British tabloid that labeled him a wife-beater during his tempestuous relationship with his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Depp told the court he was never violent towards his ex-wife. His lawyers described the ruling as perverse, as it is bewildering, said it would be ridiculous for him to not appeal. All right, so the gist of this article is Hollywood is too pussified
That's the
to
word.
stand up to back him. They're so self-preservation and self-absorbed and career obsessed that they can't even hit the like button on his Instagram post, a post which he didn't really write. Let's face it. He, in one of the many transcripts, he's a Luddite. He's not using Instagram. It's his assistant will say Deuters or Nathan Holmes is writing this for him. And he's either orating it to him, dictating it to him for him to write this post. But Depp's not really sitting there on Instagram like, on a phone app or anything like that. Can you really see him doing that? Like I said, with the skull rings and the brown cigarette bouncing on hitting the touchscreen. There's just not doing it. Wine splashed on the Samsung tablet. So the gist of this is Hollywood. So the A-list names he's accrued his friends over the years refuse to hit. And if you go to most huge actors, they get likes for no reason. They could say anything. They could do the most civilian, pedestrian, mundane, innocuous bullshit any A-list star does. They get 2 million likes and they get compliments. They get gushing like you can't believe. No civilian comes close to having. And so you rifle through his Instagram and look at the likes and the comments, and there's nary a celebrity to be found, unless you do a little more digging, and I did find a few people.
Go for it.
This list, so on this list, here's who. Now, they might have rescinded their likes since the last time I looked.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I found in the comments and in the likes. I went through the entire millions of people. I looked for blue check marks and stuff. It was psychotic. I did this last night for like 2 hours. So here's who we found. And I'll end with a really weird name. Some of these names are just like, who cares? And remember Helena Christensen?
Yeah, I do.
She's like a model. We found out she hung out at the Viper Room a lot. I think.
Yeah, she dated Michael Hutchins. Yep.
Oh, there you go. Right. So he was friends with Depp.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy from In Excess, right?
Yes, correct, sir.
When did he die?
He died, I want to say, let me stall. I'm checking now. I will know in just a second. Oh my God, people know this. They're yelling at me. 97, November 22nd, 97.
Okay. That's a long time. Oh, that's that long ago, huh? Jesus Christ. Now that's 25 years ago?
Yeah, we're old.
What was the cause of death with him?
Let me see what the official one is. Hold on. His death was reported, blah, blah, blah. Sorry.
Donnie Brasco came out 25 years ago.
There are rumors about his why he was doing what he was doing. It was ruled a suicide, but he hanged himself, whatever. He had a lot of stuff going on. I could do a whole podcast about, off the top of my head, what was going on with him.
You know a lot about
I know
rock star deaths and
I know. I hadn't even thought about him in forever. Now, right now, as I'm looking this up, all this stuff is flooding.
Let me guess. He was 27.
No, I don't think so. Hold on.
No, that's the magical age of.
No, his career had kind of petered out.
Okay.
By the time he died, and they were trying to do a comeback, which is a good album.
97. I don't remember anyone listening to In Excess.
He was 37.
Oh my God! So he was looking for the. Let's go with the 7.
He was going with the 7s.
So, but if I'm not mistaken, and was he kind of more respected in the music industry than we think? Like a lot of us would dismiss him as a novelty one-hit wonder in the late
No,
80s.
they
Or early.
certainly, In Excess was not a one-hit wonder. That's a weird.
I'm just saying that as a figure of speech. I know they
No,
had more than one
I
song.
know, but I don't want to use the term layman, but the layman would say, yeah, one-hit wonder. No, they had a lot of hit songs, but he was known. He didn't get a lot of respect at the time he was alive because he was kind of known as a pretty boy.
Right.
Um, but oh my God, he
What's
was
his native homeland? Is he from? He's not from
Australia,
here, right? Okay, right.
Australia.
There's a lot of pictures of him hanging out with Depp at the Viper Room. He
Hmm.
was a Viper Room staple, as was she.
Yeah, but
I'm stuttering. John brought them up in his tryst at the Viper Room.
yeah, but obviously based on the way he died. He was known as a pretty boy, but we find out later because now, of course, all these Amazon, quality documentaries are coming out, which doesn't mean much in terms of quality. But he was a dark, dark guy. He had dark thoughts. He had an accident. You call it a car accident. He was struck by a car. He lost his senses. He was so depressed, but at the time that he died, he was trying to hang on for a long time for his daughter, and he couldn't. So, he went out the way he wanted to go out. Anyway, go ahead.
I was stranded and
It's a
you were
great
there.
song.
2 worlds collided and they will never tear us apart.
It's a great
I think that
song.
was on the Reality Bites soundtrack.
Probably. I haven't listened to that in
One
so
of
long.
That's a great
Lisa Loeb
soundtrack.
overtakes that entire soundtrack
I
and
know, It's a good
turns it into
soundtrack though.
crap.
I like that movie.
Yeah.
Ethan Hawke is a very big Depp fan. You could tell he's trying to emulate his career for a while there in the 90s. You just
Mhm.
the look and who is he kidding? Who is he kidding? The next one, I will be shocked. I will buy you
All right.
DoorDash if you get this. If you get the connection with these two, because I know
Okay.
you watched the movie.
All right.
Clint Howard, Ron Howard's brother. Ron Howard's weird,
Oh
mongoloid
God.
looking brother.
I don't know.
I'll give you a hint.
Uh-huh.
Charlie Sheen.
Is Clint Howard friends with Charlie Sheen?
Yeah, but it runs a little stranger than that
Well, Depp and
in terms
Charlie
of Depp.
Sheen. Depp
Right.
has a weird friendship back in the day. I don't know how it is now, but the
So
weird friendship.
After Platoon, Charlie
Oh,
Sheen directed a
okay.
short film called RPG.
Yes, we're gonna
And
have
who
an
was
episode
Depp's
on that.
co-star? Who was his co-star in RPG?
Okay, yes, you're right.
Clint Howard.
Okay,
Gotta watch that again.
I want to do an episode on that where we
Okay.
watch it.
Well, Depp and Sheen would be good. But then again, how do you not use Platoon? And you want to do a Platoon episode, which we have to do with that documentary is phenomenal, which Charlie Sheen produced and directed.
We could make that one episode. Do
I
both.
love that documentary. It's great.
I just with the Platoon documentary, I just want to do Depp's interviews. I don't want to watch the whole thing.
I mean, he's in the whole documentary. He's got
I
a
know, but
much bigger part in it than people
we can
realize,
take
I
out
think.
all of his parts and have a
Okay.
humdinger of an
Okay.
episode.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
What if people talk about him though?
Then we'll put that in.
There's going to be people that talk about him.
Then we'll put it in. All right, let's get through the. I don't want to stop you after every name. Sorry.
Okay, the next one's pretty obvious. Penelope Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
She's obviously in Blow and Pirates, and
She gives off
relationship.
she gives off the vibe. She's got a big set of balls, and she doesn't give a fuck. So good for her.
Well, she's also an international star. Like, I don't think
Mhm.
she cares how she's perceived in America.
Yeah, internationally is much different than just within the United States on how these celebrities.
And she's defended him from Jump Street from day
Yeah,
one.
good for her.
And won't stop doing. I would love to know if they had an actual affair. I hope that comes out in the. I don't see how they didn't. I just can't see how they didn't.
I think she with Javier Bardem at the time.
Not during Blow. She was with Tom Cruise
Oh, then she was sleeping with a real man. Yeah, probably Johnny Depp. They were
She
probably
was the
sleeping together.
beard. She was the cruise beard at the time.
Yeah, that's a scary topic too. I could another podcast on that I could do. Anyway, go ahead.
Didn't Vanilla Sky come out right around the same time
Ugh.
Blow did?
Yeah. Vanilla Sky came out because I remember going to the theater. It's the one movie I walked out of. It was either in 2003 or 2004. The Vanilla Sky came out.
I think it was earlier than that. I think it was right around the same time.
Vanilla Sky?
Yeah, it came out. I think it was early 2000s, not that late.
I'm checking now.
I want to say, if I had to guess,
2001?
Yep.
Jesus Christ. All right, sorry.
And Blow came out right around the same time period.
Okay, she should have just done like Below 2 instead of Vanilla Sky.
Yep.
Vanilla Sky is such a piece of shit. Okay, sorry.
Next one, I think you know this name. This is your rival. You hate this woman for years and years.
I hate a lot of women. Go ahead.
As if Hollywood's boycotting this one. This is a strong stance. Yvette Napar.
Who?
How can I put this?
I'm googling this name.
Oh no! You got to get this. Yvette Napar.
The name is familiar, but I can't picture her. Is it Napar?
Take me back to your apartment and I'll make you make love to me. I don't want any waffles.
That bitch.
I don't want any waffles.
Oh my God. Her?
Yep.
Ugh.
She's trying to attach herself to
Of course.
Actually, there's a picture of them, a contemporary picture of those two. They met up somewhere.
That's the first thing on her IMDb.
I know.
She's
good.
Napar.
I like her on that. Definitely.
No.
Yeah, because you're jealous.
I've hated her.
All you bitches can't deal with him having a girlfriend of any kind on that show.
I've hated her since
all you jealous
I was 10.
bitches.
I hated her. Okay, this is real quick. Yvette Napar is an American actress best known for such films and television series as 21 Jump Street. All right, moving on.
District Attorney Jackie Garrett.
Oh, that fucking hair. Okay.
Well, that was the weirdest thing. She's like a 20. Is that even mathematically possible? You can't be a DA. She's 22 or 3 on the show. You can't be a DA. How would you possibly get that job?
Wasn't she like an assistant DA?
No, it said the District Attorney Jackie Garrett. Well, did it say assistant? I don't remember him saying.
Well, it ended the way that it should, and he dumped her ass, so we're good.
She was filing cases, and
yeah.
You remember with Captain Fuller and Mayor Davis?
Yes, I do.
When the Jump Street program busted, it was Ricky Paul Golden. Mm-hmm. You know him from soap operas, right?
I do.
Right. And
Dean Frame.
He was the son of Mayor Davis.
I think we even talked about him on this podcast once, but yeah, Dean Frame on Another World. All right.
That's his name. Oh my God, you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
The next one's a pretty big A-list star.
Okay.
And I again, strikes me in a similar way to Penelope Cruz as far as like he doesn't really care. And it seems like he really defends his friends, and that's Orlando Bloom.
Yeah. That's fine.
He was sticking up for Depp right from the beginning.
Good.
Knows him. His biggest roles are Pirates. Depp kind of made him.
Depp made him a lot of money. Yep.
Got him. He was in Jesus Christ, Lord of the Rings, but the movie didn't care if he was in it. He looked like an elf in it. I don't think anybody cared about him.
I've never found him attractive, but I mean, he was in Troy.
They weren't using his looks in.
They're always using his looks in everything.
Not
in
in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, they are. Oh God, are you kidding?
I don't know.
He was the sex symbol.
He was an elf. Was he playing like an elf or something?
So, but they still branded him as the sex symbol of that movie to bring in the young girls.
I didn't know that.
In his stupid blonde wig. But Johnny Depp is responsible for getting Orlando Bloom Katy Perry's jugs. So he needs to be thanking Johnny Depp for the rest of his.
You think it's from Pirates?
Life. Oh God.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Let's get through.
The next one's fairly obvious, but again, they haven't worked together in years and years. And I love the Josh Brolin, Thanos.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Who's going to tell Thanos what? He's got a pretty made man kind of career now.
Yeah, he's set.
Between Cable and the Deadpool movie and Thanos, and he's
Diane Lane.
I don't think he is, and he's from Hollywood royalty, which I'm getting to after this. Diane Lane, right. Again, we should say, for those who haven't heard, Josh Brolin was actually beaten out by Depp to play the Tom Hansen character in 21 Jump Street.
I learned
He
that
was
from
the
you.
next in
Yes.
line, and he's actually in season 1. If my future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. Or I don't know if they can
We used him
use
in a
the whole
montage.
title. My future's so yeah. And he plays like a rich, spoiled kid who's involved in a gang rape.
Perfectly cast.
Murder too. Todd Gaxon that episode. Anybody else? And that's pretty much. And the last one is Humdinger. No, I forgot. I skipped over one. I'm sorry. And this is obvious to every Depp historian. Sherilyn Fenn.
Oh, okay. Still hanging on, is she? Her claim to fame is
TB girlfriend, his real girlfriend. She was on Jump Street 2 once.
Yeah, her claim to fame is her name was etched in his helmet on Platoon.
Yes. In more ways than one.
Yeah.
It's a double entendre.
Well, and she got her legs and her arms cut off in Boxing Helena. That's her other claim to fame.
Every woman wants their name etched on his helmet. And I'm surprised he doesn't have an actual penis tattoo from Jonathan Shaw.
I'd be on his helmet back in the day. But post Amber Heard, I don't know.
I know. Now he's so sullied. And the last one, a woman who truly is an island unto herself, and who truly you can't tell what to do, and will speak her mind and stand up for causes. And it's funny because she is the stepmom of one of the people we love, Barbara Streisand herself. You call her Babs, I know. She actually wrote a comment. Great, can't wait to see it in the comments.
Good
she
for her.
Is far and away an A-list icon of I don't give a shit. You can't cancel her, and tons of clout in every way. And
part of me is surprised by that name because she is a famous liberal. And let me finish before you jump on me. She is a famous liberal who you would think on the surface would just believe all women, right? And cancel all men.
I think she's an independent thinker.
Hold on, let me finish. She is an old school liberal, though. She's not the new breed. She is the classy dame, old school liberal that I love thoroughly.
Yes, like Jane Fonda.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I was tainted from a young age. I'm on Jane Fonda, so I can't put them in the same category. But good for Barbara Streisand. I'm very proud that she hit that button and left a comment for him.
I'm trying to think. Well, again, the Brolins, right? I mean, I don't know if there's any kind of they're collaborating with each other about liking his Instagram.
And you know, she probably saw that he liked that Instagram post.
Let's not lose sight of the fact that Depp himself is a huge liberal. Why is this like acting like he's right wing or something? He's a huge left wing guy.
But it's
between Thompson and the Trump movie he did. I can produce. He's the only one that spoke up about him and like Janine Garofalo about Iraq in 2003, and he got killed for it. He ended up being right. So he's a huge liberal. It's just a different type of the ACLU and what's that woman's name?
I don't
Gloria Allred. It's a different ilk. It's not
garbage.
It's politically. It's just not. It's a different. You know what I mean? It's a different ilk. It's not even like it's just a battle of the Me Too thing. Can't always be political, and it's not here because they're both way to the left.
Can I say
she's imitating him? I think she just wants to be. Her politics are meaningless. I think she's just attaching herself to whatever is going to get her roles, and so she's whatever politically he was at the time, and he's whatever Thompson is.
Of course. So, you know Gloria Allred and her daughter?
I don't know her daughter. No.
Okay, her daughter is Lisa Bloom.
I know you have the same hair as Gloria Allred. I know that. If anybody has,
I don't have that big dark brown helmet. Sorry. No,
The
I don't.
Cindy,
I
the
have
Cindy Adams hair.
no. My problem with Gloria Allred and her daughter, less with Gloria Allred than her daughter, and I'll tell you why in a minute. You'll agree. Gloria Allred attaches herself to all of these cases
Yeah.
where she proclaims to be the protector of women's rights. You know, good for you if you meant it. She turns me off though because she has this need to get in front of the camera.
Right.
So she'll attach herself to anything. And her daughter Lisa Bloom was following in her steps for a long time. It turns out, and that this is from that Ronan Farrow book. Lisa Bloom was working with Harvey Weinstein to discredit all of the Weinstein victims
Okay.
while she was reaching out to Ronan Farrow, offering to help Ronan Farrow. So, and that's in the book. And he names her and says, she was a double agent basically working for Harvey Weinstein.
You are not.
So that is, I don't work for Harvey Weinstein. I would be poor the rest of my life and not work for Harvey Weinstein. But she's garbage. Her mother less, but her mother denounced her after that. So bravo to Gloria Allred. Why are we talking about Lisa Bloom and Gloria Allred? I apologize.
I love when you get on you get to mate the pockets of knowledge you have.
I know it's
And
scary.
that's Gloria Allred's biography. Is
I
hilarious.
can't add 5 + 5 without thinking it out, but I can tell you about Michael Hutchins and Gloria Allred all day long.
Yeah, we all have our little pockets of savant knowledge. I
can
have
describe to
another.
you in great detail my hatred of LeBron James, but I can't do simple math.
I have another story.
You're ignoring
Well,
that.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You LeBron lover. Okay, let's go. What's your other?
Yeah, I believe. Didn't you? Who drafted him first in her first fantasy league when you joined
Because you
our
told
Radio
me
Gunk
to.
fantasy league? No, you insisted. Who do I take? I want to take LeBron James. I'm like, hey, if you get the pick, get him. And
No, what?
sure
No.
enough,
You men remember things completely differently.
let me just
I'll
say
say that.
this:
Nobody cares about our fantasy basketball.
if you played on a team with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant,
I'd
LeBron
rather.
James, you would by far like LeBron the most as a
I
teammate and as a friend.
no.
By far, wouldn't even.
No.
You want to get punched in the back of the head?
If I'm not doing my job.
You want Kobe to rape your
No. But
Yeah.
I would like LeBron to go away. That's all I'm going to say.
You want to get punched in the back of the head for missing a wide open 24-footer
I want to play
after he commits 7 turnovers and
if I
takes
gotta
55 shots?
If I got to play in the NBA and have my ass killed every night running up and down the floor, I'd rather play with Michael Jordan, who is going
Yeah.
to get me championships
You know what the way I'd like to
and
play
not
with
worry
Jordan
about his
is?
stats.
You know what the problem? I'd like to play with Jordan and Kobe. The only way I'd want to play with them, I'll rebound their 60 misses in a game because I know where it's going.
That's all right.
That's
Michael
the
Jordan's
only
still
way I'd
better.
play with those guys.
Michael Jordan's still better than LeBron. Let's talk about the free throw line. Nobody cares about this. Nobody cares about this. Sorry.
If he punched me in the back of the head, you think I'm going to sit there and take it like Steve Kerr with his stupid blonde?
Look how it worked out for
hairspray?
Steve Kerr.
I'd go all Xavier McDaniel on him. I'd choke
You
him out.
probably would.
Right on I really would.
Yeah.
There's no way I'd take it. And I know Robert Parrish would have my back. He hates Jordan too.
Well, I hate LeBron, so we're even.
So this is the last one before we get into the video.
Okay.
Your side of this.
My presentation.
So this was the news a few days ago, and it relates to the succubus trial, and it's from page 6. Johnny Depp hires famed attorney Kathleen Zellner in the Amber Heard battle. Johnny Depp has armed himself now with a major weapon in his epic legal battle against ex-wife Amber Heard. Prominent Making a Murder, which I've never seen, Making a Murder attorney Kathleen Zellner, who has famously worked to overturn wrongful convictions, has joined Depp's legal team. By the way, using her, it's like coming off Allred and the whole ACLU and girl power stuff. This is the opposite of that. This is a woman who says, no, women can lie too. And I'm going to tell you why. I don't. We're not all innocent. Yeah, I think that's her angle here. And I think she's probably studied this trial for quite a while, going, oh, I can do something here.
Yeah, she's not going to. This woman, it's sent from what I've read, she's not going to attach her name to anything
To
that
something
she
that
doesn't
loses.
fully, that
To
she
a
doesn't
loser.
fully believe in.
Yep. Prominent making murder attorney Kathleen Zellner, who has famously worked to overturn wrongful convictions, to join Depp's legal team. The move comes after the Pirates of the Caribbean star lost his sensational libel suit in London against a newspaper columnist and labeled a wife beater. In March, Depp was refused permission to appeal against the ruling. But Depp is also suing Amber Heard in the U.S. over a newspaper article in which she described being a victim of domestic abuse, and everybody knew it was about him. Zellner has confirmed she's joined Depp's legal team for the U.S. battle against Heard, and exclusively told Page 6 in a statement, "I've spent the last 30 years defending individuals who have been falsely accused of wrongdoings, and I won't stop now. I welcome adding Johnny Depp to that list and joining his dream team who share this view and have so effectively been advocating for him." Oh, man, good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Did they come after her or she went after them?
I think... Oh, my gosh. I saw this somewhere that explained it.
Have you ever seen her in action?
No, I have not. I know I've heard the name before.
Do you watch You Broads in your murder
No, I didn't.
podcast
I
and
didn't
shit?
give a crap
Do you watch
about.
Making of a Murderer?
No, I didn't give a crap about that.
You see, that shocks me. You love when people die than celebrities.
It's not a celebrity. He is now.
I was 100% sure you watched that.
No.
When I found this article, I'm like, oh, I bet you Sarah watches this like every Schadenfreude broad does.
I just, from what I was reading about that documentary, it was a mentally challenged man who was railroaded by the police. I don't know.
There's only one episode?
No, it was a series. I think there's multiple seasons where I think they took on a. I couldn't tell you.
I think we should both promise to watch this.
No, I don't.
See what she's got. I want to see what she is.
Okay.
I just want to see what she's made of. I just want to see
That's fine.
I want to see the rhythms and stuff and study her ways and see what she's got. See what this thing better be televised. How many times have I said that on
It's not going to be televised. You would know by now.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Oh my God. We would know by now if it was going to be televised.
Wouldn't they say it wouldn't be televised?
There would be a major announcement saying that it would be televised.
They don't know until the judge has to clear. Isn't it the judge has to clear it?
I think so. I don't even know if it's been ruled on yet or what's happened with it. I don't know. I haven't heard a thing about it being televised.
Oh my God! Please be televised.
If I am wrong,
if I had one dying wish, can I fake like a cancer and have a Make-A-Wish Foundation?
I don't want to watch.
That'll be my dying wish, and I get the judge will be one of my wishes, and I'll go. That's one of Depp's charities too. One of his great charities, the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It's a great charity, and I say to the judge, my dying wish is that you televise this trial.
I cannot imagine watching you watch that trial.
You green light televising this trial.
You would have holes in the wall.
You wouldn't?
Would knock over lamps. You would throw pots and pans in honor of Amber Heard.
I would do to the Mark Hotel, whatever room I was in. I would imitate him at the Mark Hotel.
You would physically assault the sofa.
I would. Yeah, I physically assaulted a sofa and a wall, and I paid for it. An armadillo jumped out of the closet, and I had a bad day. We found out he was lying about that too all along.
Well, I would think so.
Well, he changed his story, right? It was like I had a bad day and something, and then during the trial, it was revealed that he claims now that a friend screwed him out of, I'm assuming, money. He got double-crossed by a friend, and I think that's the only detail. We can't figure out who it is and what it was. We assume it was some kind of money thing. All those years, he kept lying about what that was.
I'm sure he's not proud of it. Yeah. He, a lot of males, machismo males. And he does have that thread running through him of,
I want to know more about the intervention
pure machismo
Tracy Jacobs had for him in '94. I want to know who was there. I want to know more about that.
Okay, we'll find out someday.
I mean, we covered it in her transcript a little bit, but
Mm-hmm.
I want more details.
Well, we're not done yet with that, so we'll see what happens by the end of it. Spoiler. But we are going to today, we haven't even talked about what we're doing today. We are going to get into, after this video presentation, we are going to begin the testimony of Mr. Johnny Depp in the UK day 1. Who knows how many episodes this is going to go over because we're not going to cut anything out. So, you ready for this video so we can get on to that?
I got to also figure out, because you sent me the printed transcript of it, I got to figure out how I'm going to read it because it's small. And I got to either switch to glasses. My lenses are not great with something super close up. So I'm going to have to switch to glasses somehow. And I don't like wearing whatever. I mean, I'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. The problem is the layout of the documents. It's 4 pages on one page.
And they jam 4 pages onto the one
and
standard
of course,
computer.
My printer won't print the zoomed in page. So this
is that possible?
I don't know. I know nothing about settings.
We should ask someone how to do that.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I bet you there's a YouTube how-to video.
We'll figure it out.
How to do that. Okay.
So
I mean, I like the transcript you gave me. It's nice and put together. And if I can read it, it's so small. Like I don't want to sit there struggling to read every line if I can't see it.
We'll figure it out.
But if my glasses solve that problem, that's fine. Then
no, if not, we'll cut it short and then we will figure something else out in part 2.
Okay.
Okay, so the video we're going to watch is just a couple of minutes, but I'm going to read a quick article before. This is from Just Jared, a gossip site along the lines of delisted.com that I used to be obsessed with. Okay, Johnny Depp receives gold medal of merit in Serbia. Johnny Depp shows off his medal during Thursday. This is starting out great. During Serbia's Statehood Day celebration on Tuesday, February 15th in Belgrade, Serbia. The 58-year-old actor accepted the gold medal of merit from President Serbia, Alexander Vucic, I think that's how you say it, for the occasion, in recognition of the outstanding merits in public and cultural activities, especially in the field of film art and the promotion of the Republic of Serbia in the world. During the event, Johnny revealed he was on the verge of a brand new life. I truly, sincerely thank you, President, and this Medal of Merit. If I am given the honor to walk away with this, I thank you for being kind enough to bestow it upon me. Then it goes on to what we're about to hear. Johnny has worked on several projects associated with Serbia, including filming Minamata in Belgrade, and he'll also voice a character in Puffins, a Serbian-produced animated series.
So okay. Weird.
Well, gotta take what you can get. So let's start this. Hopefully the volume is good.
He, as you could imagine, looks very puffy now. He's heavier, which I don't even care about. But the hair's got to go. He's got to cut that stupid hair. That's trial hair. That's UK trial hair.
Don't spoil some of my selections and your selections for the unpopular opinions episode.
I don't care. I'll keep saying it over and over again. I hate him with long hair. That's
I gotta tell you this look. That's what reminded me to talk about the Elvis trailer.
Yep.
Okay.
By the way, one last thing about Elvis. So looking at Elvis's hair, is it possible that he modeled his hair after Shazam?
It's very possible.
If you look at Shazam's character designs over the years, it's pretty Elvis looking hair. I mean,
well, Elvis when Elvis died, his hair was white, but throughout his life, his natural hair color was blonde or brown.
The young Elvis has Shazam hair. I think that's exactly what he was going for.
Well, he dyed it jet black. Probably inspired by Shazam.
Absolutely. I didn't even know. That's crazy.
And he kept dyeing it later in his life to appear young. So
I am an Elvis fan now because of that. I was on the fence about it. I really didn't care.
I am going to send you a link to the trailer, or you can look it up. But just think about kind of Johnny Depp as you and what the potential Oh God! If this ship doesn't get,
I love
if he doesn't
Shazam. It's
write
one
the
of my
ship,
favorite characters, my top 5 characters in comic books.
well, watch the trailer tonight.
I think he's number 3.
He's very. Now I'm going to pause it. He's very endearing in this speech, and it makes me sad.
His weight goes up and down now all the time.
I know.
Based on the drugs and how active he's probably just agoraphobic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just got
Can you hear
natural charisma.
Mm-hmm.
it? Do you hear it?
Yes.
This is an extremely proud moment for me. I have a little story. Dear Mr. President, Excellencies, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, to the people of Serbia, the many artists, the filmmakers, the storytellers who make up what is a very flourishing creative community. I've had the opportunity to, well, I was blessed a long time ago, many years ago, when I met
Emir, Costa Rica.
A very strange man who
By the way, pause it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing. I haven't even watched this yet. It could be way off.
What?
I'm guessing that he's going to bring up Emir, Costa Rica.
Oh, okay.
I instantly
It could be wrong.
looked at it and went, he doesn't belong in Hollywood. This man.
Okay.
His name was Emir Kusturica.
I got it. I deliberately didn't watch this just so you can play it. I got it.
Yeah.
By the way, best friends with former NBA, current NBA executive for the Sacramento Kings, Lakers, and Charlotte, Vlade Divac.
Oh, so that's the problem?
Remember, he stated his they had meetings for Arizona Dream at Vlade Divac's house, or flat, he called it. What fucking means. And
Okay.
I'm so proud of myself.
And Kusturica, Emir became
God.
a brother. His family became my family. I watched his children grow up, and it's been this same exact bond that we've had since the very first day. What's beautiful here is that people think of life first. It's more about the moment of now than it is about anything. It's the celebration of now with the warm souls that I've met here in this country. I'm right now on the verge of a new life, and I like it. I like a beginning, and I would love for that to beginning to start here.
All right, that's what we have from the acceptance speech so far. So I'm sure more will be released, but you can tell he's extremely nervous doing that every time he does it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm failing to understand how a guy like that, at this point in his life, has any stage fright whatsoever. I don't get it.
I get it.
So he's been playing with a band since his teens, and but you've seen him playing guitar. He stares at the ground and stares at the chords. Like I always say, like it'd be like if a basketball player still looked at the ball when he dribbled. You'd be like, dude, you're in the NBA. You're looking at the ball when you dribble. So let's, And I don't know if it's but again, so he's performing in front of massive film crews doing the Jack Sparrow character, doing whatever.
He can hide
And
behind a
not just
character.
yeah, but he's also playing normal too. So when he's doing the tourist, he's kind of playing himself. There's hundreds of people watching you. Why is this so tough?
I don't know. When you're standing in front of a group of people that you know are judging you, and all they're thinking about is this guy a wife beater? You're and you're getting an
That's
award.
a different thing, but he's always said this. I mean, he came out one time, and you saw this stage fright, the personification of what, not stage fright, but like, look, just and again, this is go back to, you remember when Howard's show covered the MTV VMAs? So this is like the late night, I think it's 98. He came out and introduced 9 Inch Nails. Chris Rock was the host of it. So Chris Rock came out and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, a rich man, Skeet Ulrich. Johnny, it was a great joke. Johnny Depp. So Depp comes out and he goes, ladies and gentlemen. All he did is the only thing he did. Ladies and gentlemen, well, 9 Inch Nails, and then points to them, and that's the only thing he said.
Yep.
Didn't say anything else. And so Howard's staff, I'm assuming it was Gary, got a list of who wasn't doing press. And I have this. We got to play it sometime. He did Howard show 3 years after that. So Depp was listed as one of 3 or 4 people in the entire MTV VMA presenters and performers that would refuse to do press for that thing. And it was him, Regis Philbin, and how Regis Philbin's in there. I have no idea. I thought he loved attention. And so you could see Depp introducing 9 Inch Nails at the time. And you could see like, he's going, what is wrong? Why is he so uncomfortable? I think it's the first time I'd seen him. You know what? That's not true either. Because he was on did you see the Oscars when Whoopi Goldberg
Probably
introduced? Whoopi Goldberg was hosting the Oscars, and she was like, ladies and gentlemen, the only man who knew who was tearing up Edward Scissorhands is also the man who knew what's eating Gilbert Grape, Johnny Depp. And then he came out, and it was just like that. It was just like the MTV. I can't remember exactly what he says when he comes out. But it was the same discomfort. He's staring at the podium. He's staring at the ground. And at the time, this is like 95, 94, 95, something like that. And I don't understand. He has been on display in every different way possible. I don't understand how he still has a problem speaking in front of people. I don't get it. It's not like it's you. It's not like he's a producer or a director who's not used to doing that. He's in front of hundreds of people on film crews performing. They're waiting for him to start and stop. And he's doing it over and over again. He knows all these people are looking. Why is this so difficult? I don't buy it.
There it is.
Trying to be charming? There you go. What'd you find?
It's in 99. There's a little website called YouTube.
Okay. No, I didn't know it was okay. Good.
I can't play it.
Can't play it. That's
it.
That's exactly what look at the shirt. 3 buttons down. Look at that. What are you doing?
Let me real quick. I'll kind of skip through it.
Unbutton another button. Just take the shirt off.
That's fine if he wants to. But yeah, this is 99.
Okay.
Let me get back to the beginning, the good part. Okay.
Chris Rock. They don't show Chris Rock. Come on.
That's not about Chris Rock. It's about the very sexy Johnny Depp and Trent Reznor performing one of the greatest songs.
A rich man, Skeet Ulrich.
Skeet Ulrich. Yeah. Okay. I'll go with that. Okay.
It's a great joke. Remember, everybody's calling the Skeet Ulrich was like, dollar store Johnny Depp. He looked like him, but without the talent. And he was, he's in the Scream movies, and he was kind of big for about a year or two. And you couldn't look at him without thinking of Depp. And then eventually Skeet Ulrich just vanished.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the last time I saw that guy in something. Wasn't he on a CBS show? Wasn't he on some weird drama about was it like Jericho or something? That's
I
right.
don't know. I stopped
Yeah,
paying
yeah,
attention
yeah.
to him
That's
at
the
the
last time I
screen.
saw him.
I'm gonna try something here. I may have to edit this. You ready?
I don't think you have to edit this. It's just an intro.
If I do. All right.
Okay.
Ladies
Try.
and gentlemen,
9 Inch
please welcome
Nails.
9 Inch Nails.
The accent's even
And
different
I can't.
there.
I'm not playing anymore.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, you know that
I
prick's
know.
gonna.
I know.
He has copyright strikes of people singing his music like in Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I'm sure Trent Reznor's the biggest prick when it comes to copyright Nazism.
Well, I met him, so I know everything about him. And you're right.
I know he is.
Literally 2 seconds. Okay.
Just going back or stay on, or rather, I just want your opinion on to clarify for everybody, because I'm going over this, and color me ignoramus, color me ignorami, ignoramus.
Oh God.
But I don't understand the philanthropic cause here, Serbian wise. I don't. I let me tell you a story. It's a stupid story. It's not even, but I just want to relate it to this. And I think people do this all the time, especially in Hollywood. I was listening to a Conan O'Brien interview somewhere. Could have been on Plugheads. Could have been somewhere else. And he tells a story. He tells the same fucking 10 stories over and over again about. And he went to Harvard, of course. He's that sort of New England privilege, Ivy League privilege. And he Saturday Night Live hires people out of the Harvard Lampoon, which is like a comedy magazine they do there. And it's Saturday Night Live really, and Letterman. The New York comedy shows, the New York-based comedy shows, Daily Show, take a lot of people out of this thing. And he ran he set up a thing when he was in college where he made up an award to give to Adam West as an excuse to have Adam West come to the college. Adam West sees Harvard, he sees awards, he's on the balls of his ass after the Batman. I'm trying to think what
same thing
Batman's
with Bill Cosby.
Like 10 years. Yeah, exactly. I think Cosby, right. Well, Cosby there's no college Cosby won't go to.
Yeah, well, he had multiple, by the time he was tossed in the slammer for raping women, he had multiple doctorates from every college you can imagine.
Yeah, I know. William H. Cosby, MD. He loves, I mean, I think he went to Temple, but if you watch the Cosby Show, he has a different college sweatshirt every 10 minutes. He just wants to look, what's the word? Pedantic, where you want to be associated with universities to make yourself seem smart. You just say college, and maybe hear like sports fans that say they're college basketball fans over the NBA because it thinks it makes them look smart because college is in the title.
Is that why they do that?
Even though it is definitely why they do it.
Okay.
They think the NBA is too black for them. So instead of sounding racist, they say they like college basketball. Just poll white people and watch how they say college basketball, even though it's a hideous product with watered down talent, and it gets worse and worse every year, and exploiting the athletes. Why would you? My cousin had the greatest comparison. He said to me once, he goes, it'd be like saying, I want to watch a college play. I want to watch a college theater production over a Martin Scorsese film. I prefer that. That's like saying you like college basketball over the NBA. It doesn't make you be like, well, why? Why would you? That's the dumbest thing in the world. You would never say that. You would never go, I prefer a college theater over a Martin Scorsese or a huge Broadway play with a A-list cast.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I think with this one, it's what you're saying. I mean, the Serbian president, of course.
So I'm sorry, I got off on but so Conan O'Brien has Adam West come to the college to give him an award. He goes there, he sucks it up. And I think, European, all things Euro, Depp is a huge fan base outside of the United States. Huge. A lot of the Pirates films overperform there, and a lot of movies that shouldn't do well. And I think these people literally made up an award just to hang out with him, knowing he would accept it.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure. I mean, from the point of view of like I was saying before, the president, I'm sure there's a strong desire to have a photograph with Johnny Depp, have Johnny Depp associated with your country. This apparently, the official reason for the award giving was the accomplishments in the arts, and his promotion of Serbia.
What is it?
Various.
Where?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Because he did a film with Emir Costa Rica in 1991. That's the promotion of Serbia?
I don't know.
But I mean, I'm saying that it's such a stretch, and for the life of me, I don't understand what that means. You're promoting Serbian arts through your Hollywood fame. Where is this exactly?
Promoting the country more. I'm not arguing for the president and why he gave the award to Johnny Depp. That's the official reason why
you better
the award
back
was
off,
given.
Toots.
No. I am the one wearing the judge's wig, or the justice wig, whatever they call it. I have final say, and I will write up the final word on all 14 incidents and send you back to the United States.
Is it 15 or 14? Is it?
I want to say 14. We'll go. We'll know shortly.
I go back and forth with that. But can you explain to the people your interpretation of the philanthropic side of this award? Exactly what it is, and I think it's. I'm having I'm struggling with it. Like I said, color me ignoramus, but I'm having a hard time struggling with the philanthropic side of this award and how it stacks up to, say, the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Mm-hmm. Isn't he doing some project where it's a Serbian film? It was in that article I read earlier, just a few minutes ago, that he was doing a voiceover or voice acting for
Puffins.
Yes, Puffins.
Yeah. So what's that have to do with?
I don't know. Apparently they have a history. I don't know. Maybe they're pals, and this is a favor award. I don't know.
You get an award for doing an animated voice if there's Serbian people involved in the production.
I don't know. That's just the official reason for the award. He was happy to get it. He's happy to have something positive in his life right now.
I think we should create an award. I think we should create an award to have him come on here and take it, and it'll actually be philanthropic. But I think we should make up an award just to have him come on the show.
We don't need to, because he's already. This was my surprise to you. He's already agreed to come on. I'm about to invite him in right now. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be a 10-hour episode of questions. Can you imagine? Okay. All right. I don't know. That's my answer.
I can't think of a name for the award we can give
I can't justify it. I'm not arguing for the president, for or against it. He got an award. That's the end of it.
How about a Miami Dolphins name, like the Bob Greasy Award or something? The Dan Marino Award.
The
Larry Zonka.
The
Larry Zonka. No, he's on the Bengals. It's got to be a Dolphin.
It doesn't matter. You can be any team.
We'll take his favorite player, Jim Kick. The Jim Kick Award for Miami Dolphin promotion from celebrities. I mean, it's the same thing. He actually did a charity with the kids. He went back to Florida, and Dan Marino was there. I don't know. I think it was Marino does a lot of children's. So Depp does phenomenal charity work. Make no mistake about it. And I know how celebrities will, I donate privately to charity. I don't want attention for it. Get it. You know what? Seek attention for it. Set the precedent. You should desire attention for it. You should brag about it. Maybe it'll set an example that other people will follow. You brag about it by all means. Keep doing it. Mm-hmm. If you want to bring attention to the charity, brag about it.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I mean,
He does a
he's
ton of charity work. Make no mistake, the Make-A-Wish Foundation is. You all see the pictures of him with Jack, the videos of him, Jack
Mhm.
Sparrow dropping into hospitals. It's I you know, I don't know if you can compile a list, but he's about as magnanimous, philanthropic as it gets. If
I
it's
think
his
he
friends or
recently
strangers.
I think he recently made a charity donation to the children's hospital that she stiffed with her divorce
You hear
settlement.
some of the tips he gives out to waitresses?
Yeah, I know.
$5,000
I think
because
and some
the
of them
Betty Sue comes back.
while they were married, some of them were basically just an apology for the way his wife was acting toward the waitress.
Yeah, was there a story about her taking tip money back?
I don't know about that.
Oh my God, I swear to God, I read a story about that once.
Okay, well,
He
let's
left $5,000 and she took 2,000 or something back, or
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I don't put it past her. I believe it totally.
Ralph Cirillo move.
Yeah, right off the table.
Ralph Amber Cirillo.
Mhm. Are you ready to get into this?
I know you are. Oh, one last thing. At your request, I watched the Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee. It was kind of like a weird TNT threw it together.
TN
Just what
yeah.
the NBA crowd wants. Pam Anderson and Tommy Lee.
Not
As a
I want to say
primer
the one I told you to write, it's right. Watch is not
with
the
the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, it's not the Hulu version. It's
No.
the TNT version. They have a
Well, I want to
series.
watch that too because the Winter Soldier's in it.
Okay. They have a series that they're doing different Hollywood crimes or something. I don't know. But
Yeah,
as I told you, I already knew everything that was discussed in that
you
documentary
did. I know
episode.
you know way
And
too much about that.
I know. That's how my
But I just want to tie it into Depp a little bit. I
childhood went.
forgot this, and I read the story about how Hollywood's afraid to attach them to like his Instagram because Chris Evans is going to be shunned from Captain America if he hits like on a Johnny Depp post or something. It's the dumbest thing in the world. Like every producer in Hollywood's going to go, every studio head's going to go through Warner Brothers and Disney or whatever, going to go through every Instagram and go, oh my God, Chris Evans liked Johnny Depp's post. No more Captain America for you.
It's the same fear in Hollywood that protected Harvey Weinstein for decades.
Yeah.
And it's the same fear that, puts children at risk in Hollywood from these pervert growing pains type producers.
Show me that smile. I know that DiCaprio video is the creepiest thing ever.
He's not the only producer on that show that went crazy. And I got to hand it to Kirk Cameron. Say what you want about Kirk Cameron and his radical ideas, but he basically just went against that entire production crew because he probably knew what was going on, and he was deemed a diva at the time, but apparently he was having major ethical problems with the crew and what they were doing to kids. So
where was Joanna Kearns when all this is going on?
Turning her head like every other adult on that set. So
what was the guy's name? Brian Peck?
Yeah.
The Dan Schneider associate?
Mm-hmm.
It all ties together. So anyway,
course.
Tommy Lee was a guy who liked his Instagram post. I forgot his name. And there's this weird thing with Tommy Lee and Depp. I watched the thing, and it's just weird. All these little Depp connections always pop up in my life. So I'm watching the thing, and it shows a Viper Room scene, very, very famous Viper Room scene where, and you've watched this probably a million times.
I know all about it. Mm-hmm.
We didn't put it in our Viper Room series, I don't think, did we?
No. Sorry, I had to
it's
take
key.
a drink.
It's key. It's crazy.
Is it really?
He's walking out of the Viper Room with Pam Anderson. So it's the time when the paparazzi started to really become
96, 97.
Stars. Yeah. The E channel had these sort of paparazzi shows, and you knew their names now. And
It's
AJ
also
Benza.
it's the build up to the Diana death too, being chased.
Yeah.
So
the Viper Room was targeted as a celebrity hang, and if you're in the paparazzi and you're covering this shit, yeah, go there every night and look who comes out. Go to the back door. Go to the front. I mean, if that's Depp tried to say that, this is going to be. I want a place where we can just music, just friends and nobody. That's it is the quintessential celebrity. It was ground zero for celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't even get into that place unless you're on, you know, you have a IMDb credits, like 15. It was, everybody there was famous.
Mm-hmm.
So who's he kidding with that? So if you're a paparazzi, you're going to go there and wait for people to walk out. It's the easiest thing in the world. Fish in a barrel. It's like, you can't go anywhere. There's like a back door, but that you can case that. And he walks out with Pam Anderson, and guys
That's where
all
they
over
were.
him. Yes.
You know, I may have there's a video, I think we did talk about it very briefly, but there was a video of that side entrance, and I told you that was
There's
where
a back
Pamela,
entrance too, right?
yeah, the side entrance. That was where Pamela Anderson got into the row with the paparazzi. That's what I was talking about.
Right.
So yes, I did mention it.
So if you're in the paparazzi, wouldn't you just go there every night and wait
Yeah, there's that
in
place, and
increments?
at the time, within 2 blocks, there were 5 other clubs.
Yeah.
So that's Money Row.
So they come out the front door, right? This is
It all happened on the side street, so I don't know if they came out the front door.
no. So let's say I guess it's a side entrance. So he comes out the side, and they're waiting for him. And Tommy Lee grabs the camera of this guy Woody, who I remember from that E! show. He was one of the regular people you would see on the paparazzi show they had. And he's like swinging the camera. The guy's holding. He doesn't want to lose his camera, so he's like holding on to his camera, and he's like getting swung around. And the guy's like, I don't know. He's like in his 60s.
I think he was like
Tommy
in his.
Lee's trying to act like a badass. What?
I think he was like in his late 40s, but he's a very slight man.
Yeah.
And balding, slight, nerdy guy. And Tommy Lee just throws him onto the ground like a rag doll, literally a rag doll. And of course, he sued Tommy Lee later and got some money out of him for it. So
did he?
Yeah. Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, in this, so they're charging towards their car, and it's all sorts of commotion going on. And all of a sudden, in the background, I see none other than Sal Jenko, Blowfish, chasing this pile of people, and he's all concerned, and he's doing a thing where he's trying to look concerned, but he's not going to actually hold anybody back.
I think
and there's like security guards.
Fuck out of here. Hey, Tommy! Tommy, come on, get in. Tommy, fuck out of here. Hey, get in. Tommy, get in. Tommy, get in. Tommy, get in.
Hey, arrest this guy. Watch it, Woody. I got. Stop, Woody. Watch it.
Back off. Back off.
Back off. Hey, listen.
Watch it, Woody. Watch off, buddy. Back off.
Watch it, Woody. Don't get hit. Henry.
Bitch.
Come on.
Damn bastard.
You all right?
Get a shot now, dude.
Hey, you all right, Henry?
Where's the cop?
Henry, I'm going to call the cops.
Do it, man. Get the fucking cops out of here.
Call the cops. How dare you spray fucking pepper spray?
We didn't spray anything, lady.
I didn't do anything.
No, but your husband attacked a photographer
Well, don't
out here.
spray pepper spray down my
Well,
fucking
you tell your husband to act like a civilian in public.
You're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking asshole.
You're a drug fiend.
How dare you do that to me?
Where's your child this time of the morning? Where's your baby? Where is your baby?
I'll kill you. You fucking asshole. Don't give me control, man. Fucking asshole. You dare spray pepper
Get control. Get control of
Hands
yourself.
off of me.
Get your fucking
asshole.
back off.
You back off.
Back
Screw
off.
you. She's the one who came after us, moron.
Back the fuck off. Woody, come here, Woody. Woody, come here, man.
Hands off of me.
Woody, man.
I'm going to have him arrested right now. What?
I'm with you, man. You just picture in my eyes,
Yeah, he's a fucking moron.
I just picture in my eyes, man. Woody, look you up, guys. You deserve it, Tommy. You're a fucking prick. That's it, man. You better fucking watch it. For what?
Hey!
Watch touch it.
Hey, motherfucker!
Don't
What are you gonna do,
face.
Stop it, JD. JD, stop it. You to back off. Back off.
Come on.
Back off. Oh, look, stop it, Ed. I'm not pushing on anybody. I'm not pushing on anybody.
Hold on.
I'm stopping this. Hey! Turn loose. Till you turn loose. All of you guys, stop it. Just stop it. This is out of hand. Just stop it.
Calm down.
Keep your hands off.
Why don't you turn on the camera?
Come on, JD.
Clear out.
Watch out. Get on the way. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
All out of the way. Pull forward.
I guess so. I think he was told in the club that something was going on, so he ran outside to try to fan some flames, and you could see him just poking in and out of frame when you watch the video. It's on it's the TNT Tommy Lee and Pam Anderson thing, and you could see when they go to the Viper Room, you'll see Blowfish himself kind of in and out of frame trying to fan the flames of this thing, and there's no Depp sightings. I still can't tell. He's not there, I guess, right?
I don't think he was there that night.
Anybody else do you see like the Viper Room security is just like a bunch of like, ex offensive line, Raider offensive linemen, dudes in their 320-pound black guys, and they pop into screen once in a while, and it's here. I think that was their main security.
More than likely. I doubt they would have been let into the club for any other reason.
But it's a fascinating look at the little nuances of with the sporadic Viper Room footage from that time. And I wish we knew that. I wish we could have gotten that and thrown that in just to see Sal Janko in our Viper Room series.
Well, we have another part coming up, so more than likely we'll add it then.
Okay. That's I think that's all I wanted to add.
Okay. So if you're ready, we'll pick up. We got a lot to do.
Okay.
So we are going to do an uncensored reading of the day one. I don't know how far we're going to get into it because it's extensive. We'll do multiple parts as we always do.
And I want to apologize in advance. I might have vision problems here. It's a very small script, and I can't find a good look at it. It's 4 passages broken up onto one page, and it's like you're reading. What would you compare the script to this to? The font?
I don't know.
It's not even. It's less than a book. It's
small.
It's small.
Well, if we can't do it, we can't do it. So we'll figure something out.
I'm gonna try to power through this. I switched to glasses, and
we'll figure it out. So I'm not worried about it. You are the minority in this, so I will.
Yeah, I know you have the tougher job here.
I'll take charge. I get to berate you a bit. So
I want to say too, we refrain from the British accent because
I don't
she's
have
reading
the talent.
a British lawyer. Yeah, I think you do. I think you could. I think you could handle it. But
I get too caught up in it. Yeah.
Let me say why you shouldn't do it. I was watching you remember his appeal? Somehow that got on camera. The two judges, the judges and the legal team, when he appealed and they turned it down, that somehow got on camera. You remember that?
Yes.
Yes. The judges, the people in that video, and I think Sasha Wass was one of them. You can't understand a word they're saying. Not one single word. In fact, I think I screamed at you that I needed subtitles. I needed closed captions.
Because
I wasn't using hyperbole. I couldn't understand them.
Well, you as the encyclopedia needed to add another 3 pages to your encyclopedia book of facts about Johnny Depp. So you did have to understand what they were saying. I understand. But no,
I understood every third word. This is how it sounded. It was like, let me see if I can read a passage here. Mr. Depp, if you would like to sit down, please, bear in mind, although it's microphone, it would have you if you could keep in mind your voice as loud as possible. And I can predicted. I heard that everybody listening, courtroom, that's what he sounded like, and I'm going, motherfucker. I rewound it like 16 times. She's no better in the female version. I do not recommend, and no offense to across the pond, you Brits, but you gotta, that accent does not work when you want to fully articulate. And I'm sure they goof on our accent as well. I don't give a shit. You can't understand every other third word. It does not work for a fully articulated transcript. If you want people to hear what you're saying, screw you. I think you should just Americanize it.
Everybody should have a Long Island accent. We know.
Oh, sorry, Miss.
What, Miss No accent here?
Eugene.
Yeah, the big Eugene, Oregon accent.
You and Courtney Love. Everybody should have Courtney Love's accent.
I dip into Southern sometimes, but that's about as far as I go. All right, we got it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start when he takes the stand, and
I'm reading Depp.
Yes, we're going to start with his name. So
I just want to say up front, let me say, we should have said this. We should say this to Tracy Jacobs all the time. We're reading the full transcript. We're not cherry picking passages to make him look good like everybody else does. We're reading the full transcript. This is the point of this. And a lot of what this podcast boasts in our credo and mantra, but we're not sugarcoating the bad parts that make him look bad. And what her this is the whole point. There's no cherry picking. It is verbatim the entire transcript.
The only thing that we're skipping is the instruction between the justice, judge, however you refer to that.
That's tedious, yes.
And the
rifling through pages.
Attorneys. I'll call them the attorneys. So that's it. And then we're going to start with, as soon as he sits down, gives his name, and everything else will be read. So you ready?
Line what?
Line 14, page 19. Okay, ready? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm line 12. Okay. All right. Mr. Depp, can you begin by giving your full name to the court, please?
My name is John Christopher Depp II.
Can I begin by taking you to the witness statements that you have provided in this case? You should find to your right an impressive array of documents and files. Can I ask you to take, I think it must be the second file, file 2, the yellow one. The color scheme may help. I think it's the yellow one. Sorry, you're right, Mr. Depp. It should be the first one. I think it's the blue one, as in the first one that you pointed to.
The second one?
You were right the first time. I think it is. Yes, I think it is that file. There's a certain amount of additions, so documents have spilled into a second part of the file. Can you find for us tab D22? It should be no. Oh my gosh, no! It should be tab 38.
You see, it's going to be a lot of that.
I know. Most of this will skip.
Ready.
It should be tab 38, D38, page D22. There's a tab number and then there's a page number.
Yes.
I'm grateful. Can you turn to that? Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And does that say the second witness statement of John Christopher Depp II?
Yes.
Can I then ask you to turn, I think it's to page D57 on the right-hand corner? No, D58.
Yes.
Is that your signature? Do you have that? Is there a D58? D57 is in your bundle. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, there's nothing in 57 or 58. Something different? 58, something different?
Can you find the signature page for the witness statement, the one starting on D22? If you try to find the internal page numbering, do you have page 36 right at the bottom of the middle?
Sorry. I think I may have so D.
If you find the tab, it's D38.
Yes.
And if you look, have you got the first page of that? I appreciate there are lots of documents.
It is wrangling the notebook. Sorry, it's
Is it broken, the file?
no, it's fine.
You should have D22 as the front page. And if you look, there should be, D58 should be a page with just your signature.
Oh, yes, I see it.
I'm grateful. Can you confirm to the court, is that your signature?
Yes, it is, but they can see my unearthly charisma is already working on you. It's apologizing when you shouldn't be.
He didn't say that. Can you?
But doesn't it sound like they're like starstruck already?
Well, we'll get to that.
I'm sorry.
We'll get to
What?
that. All right.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that the facts stated in this witness statement are true?
Yes, it is.
Can I ask you to do the same with your third witness statement, which hopefully should be behind tab 54 of the bundle? I don't know if that goes into a second bundle.
I have tab 54.
I'm grateful. Have you got page D173?
Yes. Third witness.
Can you confirm, is that your third witness statement?
Yes, it is.
And can you turn to the back of that? It should be D182.
Yes. D182.
Can you confirm, is that your signature?
Yes.
Can you confirm that for the court that the facts stated in this, your third witness statement, are true?
Yes, sir.
Right. Mr. Depp, you can close that file.
I will get the hang of it at a certain point. I promise.
He's so endearing. I'm sorry. Okay. I am going to ask, as I think you heard a moment ago, a couple of questions that arise from Ms. Heard's fifth witness statement. You should find, I think, in file 2.1, which is the lighter of the blue files.
Yes.
You should find a document at tab 71.3 that has found its way in. It should be one of the additional ones.
71 or 71.2.2, 71.3. Yes.
Do you have a document behind there entitled Fifth Witness Statement of Amber Heard?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can I just ask you to turn over the page to paragraph 5?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Heard here is talking about a recording on the 26th of September 2015. Do you see?
Yes.
Rather than have both documents open at once, I am just going to show you what she says about this recording, and then I'm going to show you the recording. So we only have one document open at one time. But if you need me to go back at any stage into her statement so you can understand, then please just ask me to do so.
Certainly. Thank you.
So if we look at what she says, she's talking about a recording from September 2015. Do you know what that recording is? It is one that was provided. There is no dispute about this. So I can just tell you it was one that was provided. I think it's called Argument 2.
Oh, yes, yes.
I think you know which one Ms. Heard is referring to.
Yes.
She says it was recorded consensually while we were still together, if you look at paragraph 5.
Yes, sir.
Quote, Johnny and I regularly recorded our conversations during our relationship. As I said in my third witness statement, recording conversations started as part of our relationship therapy in order to help us communicate more effectively. Then this statement, quote, if there were also a tool to remind Johnny of what he would do when using drugs and alcohol because he would not remember or deny what he had said. I wanted to show Johnny what he was capable of to help him with his recovery. Now, do you accept, Mr. Depp, that explanation as to what the purpose of these recordings was or not?
No, I do not exactly.
Can you just explain in your own words, just in 1 or 2 sentences, please, what the purpose you understood these recordings to be?
Really, in our relationship, we, as you progress to start to know one another, conversations happen. And then later, when you refer to that conversation to that other person, which would have been misheard, and she would say something very different from what we had really talked about before. It was radically different. So at that time, I thought that the best thing to do was to record the conversation. So I retrieved my telephone and brought it to where we were talking, and I said, I'm going to record this conversation, just so that she knew. I wanted it to be out in the open, so I could then later reference the tape. If we were to, if once more again, her words later did not match what I knew they were, what she had said on the recording. So I used it I played it back later to her just to show her what she said, and essentially that's what she said.
Thank you, Mr. Depp. If I can ask you again, I know it's going to get rather boring, but just keep your voice up. The acoustics in this courtroom are not marvelous. As long as his lordship can hear you, that is most important.
Sorry, no, I have a tendency to talk quietly, but carry a big stick. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Maybe your lordship can hear better. Can I then take you back to the witness statement, paragraph 6? So Miss Heard here is talking, having explained what she said was the purpose, and you have explained what you said was the purpose of these records. She refers to a specific example, and this is what we have called argument 2. And she says here, quote, "It is true that I accept responsibility during the argument. For example, I referred to a fight we had the night before. Johnny says, after you fucking got physically violent with me, I texted Travis and said, come up here. I replied, I know. Often in order to get Johnny to even entertain or participate in a difficult conversation, especially one about his violence toward me or about working on the relationship, without him storming out or getting angry or both, I felt I had to take on blame and go along with his version of events. I desperately wanted the relationship to work because Johnny was refusing to engage properly throughout this conversation, and I did lose my cool with him a bit. That is her description of the recording that we've called argument 2. Can I show you the transcript of the recording?
Certainly.
And just ask you a few questions about Ms. Heard's description. I will come back to her description when I have taken you to the recording.
Certainly.
You should find the transcript in file 5 to your right.
Shall I shall I keep this out? Yes.
Yes, probably. Can I ask you not to take the file yet? Can you take the file in front of you and stick it on the top in case you need to look at it again? If you take file 5, it should be the lighter green one. I'm hoping that there you will find behind tab 154. No, volume 5 begins at tab 165. That's the judge. I'm going to kind of skip the judge because he's just repeating.
Yeah, he's the way he doesn't do it.
Yeah.
I read this.
Yeah.
1 or 2 times in full, and the judge means absolutely zippo, zilch. What he says has no impact whatsoever on what we're about to do. He's redundant. He just states the obvious. Doesn't ask anything hard hitting or it's just pointless. Waste of ink.
All right. So then mine is completely out. It is then file 4. Can you turn to tab 154?
In 5 or 4?
In 4.
Oh, thank you.
The front page. Do you have the front page?
Yes.
Can you just tell me what the numbers in the bottom right-hand corner so I'm sure we're on the same page?
I have F9 912. F912.
I'm grateful. If you can look at 913 just to explain. Do you see at the top it's the file name argument 2?
Yes, I do.
This is the September 2015 recording that Ms. Heard talks about in her 5th witness statement that we just saw.
Yes.
Just to set this in context, can I talk you to page F923?
Yes.
If you look at, can you see just below the first punch hole, the words, go home and listen to the tape. Please, that's what they're for.
Yes.
That is you speaking?
Yes, sir.
Then Miss Heard says, yes, you listen to the fucking tape?
Yes.
Now, Miss Heard refers to texting Travis. If you look below the second punch hole.
Yes.
Can you see the words, watching you lie in front of Travis last night was really special?
Yes, sir.
Can you then turn to page F925? I'm going to ask you a question just in one moment. In F924 over the page, just to explain the reference to Travis, I'm going to show you what it is said there about Travis, and then I'm going to ask you. If you look at F924 at the bottom, you see that Miss Heard says, quote, I am not going to sit here and go over every fight we've had, unquote.
Yes.
And quote, I'm not going to refight this fight. go run away together. Then you say, there is quite a bit more, but I do not need to take you through it. And you say, quote, let's ask Travis tonight if you told him, unquote.
Yes.
Then
I
go
should
over
say, hold on for a second. We're on 15, right? Line 15. I don't even think we stated this. You're reading his lawyer right now.
Yeah. This is the
I don't think
direct
we said this.
Yeah.
Sherborne. So it's a male. It's a British male. She's just using it straight. You don't want to hear him. Can't understand him. Just like Wass. Just like the judges. So it's more efficient and articulate if she just reads it straight.
We're just reading it. It's fine.
I also want to say, like, the Sherborne part with Depp. I remember when I read this. God, must have been a year ago. He speaks a lot less. Depp does. He speaks. I remember being less interested in the Sherborne part than I was the Wass part, because she's asking way hard-hitting questions and he has to speak more with her. With the Sherborne part, it was very softball-y, and he didn't get to. I don't think he expounded on stuff too often. It's a lot of yes, no.
That's fine. We'll get through it.
Yeah.
All right. So then go over to the page, and can you see sorry at the bottom of that page? You're just afraid the truth will come out?
Yes, I see that.
And quote, what truth, unquote, says Miss Heard. You say that you lied. She says, what are you fucking talking about? I didn't fucking even have a fucking thing to lie about. Then you say, no, I said to you, Amber, tell Travis what you just did. Did you just punch me in the fucking jaw? Did you fucking kick? Did you? And you wouldn't say a fucking, and you said, I don't know what you're talking about. Can you just explain, given that Miss Heard has said this reference to Travis was all about a conversation in which she was accepting blame because of your violence toward her? Can you explain what you're referring to and why Travis had been asked to come up?
I had asked Travis up the night prior when another argument had ensued, and as things tended to do, it escalated and then got physical, ending with a bit of assault. And Miss Heard struck me, so I called Travis to come up, and she had said to me that in fact had done that. She'd done that, and she was now not prepared to speak to Travis or anyone about it, which was what I wanted. What I was hoping for was she would just say the truth of what actually happened.
Did you hit her, Mr. Depp, the night before?
No, sir.
Can I just take you to one last part of the transcript? If you go, here, hold on, sorry.
Well, it's when you read that, and you did a great job getting through that. It's just, she basically is a transcript of the audio we just went over. And that was when we stopped it, and we just couldn't stop just going, fucking, fuck the tough Texas Austin bitch with fucking. She's taking on his over enunciating of fucking, and it's one of the most irritating parts of that whole audio. Is her saying fucking over and over again.
Okay, so the judge interrupts and says, just a minute, please. And then he asked Depp, can I ask, the Travis that we were talking about, I think I've understood that there is a Travis McGivern.
Oh, yes, sir.
Is that Travis McGivern that you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, my lord. I said, sir, instead of my lord.
Do not worry about that. That's fine.
Protocol.
Okay, can I take you over to page F926?
Yes.
Here, are you still talking about Travis and the night before at the second punch hole? If I can take you there. I said to Travis, no. I said to you, quote, hey, Travis, what just happened? Miss Heard said, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that. What the fuck are you talking about? Unquote. Then are you speaking as if you are Miss Heard? Then you say, quote, and I watched you lie there. I was hitting you, unquote. And then you talk about her toes. Just coming to the end of that, that refers to another incident that we may return to. She said, quote, I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? Unquote. That's the difference between you and me. Oops. Yes, I did start a physical fight. Then you say, yeah, you did. So I just had to get the fuck out of there. Now, Ms. Heard, as you will recall, in her witness statement, says that you were refusing to engage properly throughout the conversation, and that is why she accepted and was violent when she had not been. Mr. Depp, were you refusing? I can't talk. Were you refusing here to engage properly with Ms. Heard?
No, I was not refusing to engage properly with Miss Heard. I I I wanted to avoid further confrontation, as was my practice in those situations. Whenever it would escalate, uh, I would try and go to my own corner, as it were, so that I thought it important that we separate before things got out of hand.
Thank you, Mr. Depp. Can I ask you about one further matter? I'm just going to wait for his lordship to finish his note. They pause. Okay, I'm going to ask you very briefly about the circumstances of another recording, which is one that Ms. Heard provided recently. I can show you where it is in the bundle, but I'm not going to take you through the actual transcript itself so that we know which we are talking about. It's the 22nd of July, 2016. It is accepted. For your lordship's note, I think it's F5, the tab 161F. As I say, there's no dispute. There was a recording made by Miss Heard on the 22nd July 2016. Mr. Depp, can you explain to this court in one sentence, in July 2016, in terms of the proceedings in America, what had happened between you and Miss Heard?
As July 2016?
July 2016.
Oh, well, 2016, Miss Heard had filed for divorce, and then she had filed for a restraining order against me. And at that time, I was on tour with my band, and we had a show in San Francisco, and that is where that.
You mentioned that Miss Heard filed a restraining order?
Yes.
We have seen this, so there's no dispute. But that was an order that was made by the court in May and then extended again by Miss Heard. In words of one sentence, what was the basis of her restraining order? Judge says, well, Mr. Sherborne, the material is for papers in which the restraining order was made. We know, Mr. Depp, it was made on the basis of her allegation of domestic violence against you when she said she was in fear of her life.
Yes.
Coming then to the recording. That recording, as I say, was July 22nd, and it records a meeting between you and Ms. Heard. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
Who asked for that meeting? Was it you or her?
It, in fact, was Miss Heard requested to meet with me.
We have the recording. Where did that recording take place?
The recording took place on the second day, and it was a hotel in San Francisco, and I believe it was the Omni, I believe.
Do you have that meeting with her in the hotel lobby or restaurant, or where did you have that meeting with her?
I got a room, and I just rented a room so that we could talk.
How many people were in that room when you had this talk with Ms. Heard?
There was just the two of us.
You explained moments ago, well, as we know, that the two of you, Ms. Heard, had obtained a restraining order against you.
Yes.
Given that she had the restraining order against you, did she make sure she stayed at least 10 feet away from you at all times?
No, sir, no.
Can you explain why she said she did not stay away from you at all times?
Well, there was quite a lot of discussion about the various things going on, and at times, it of course got emotional, because of the entire situation. So she talked for some comfort, in a hug, and she wanted me to embrace her.
Did you embrace her?
No, I did not.
Why did you not embrace her?
I did not think it was right, given the circumstances. If she had said that to the world that she was in fear for her life and for me, and that I had been this horrible monster, if you will, and which was not the case. And I thought I did not understand why she would want to now touch me.
We have obviously only got part of the conversation, but was it one long interrupted discussion between you and Miss Heard in the hotel bedroom?
Yes, it was quite a long discussion, and it was very taxing, of course. And Miss Heard was, at a certain point, to me, looked, just exhausted. She was complaining of palpitations and not feeling well. I could buy that.
What did you do, if anything?
I suggested that she take a nap, sleep for like 2-3 hours, and then I could wake her up after that.
What did she do, if anything?
There was
What did she do?
Excuse me? I'm sorry.
What did Miss Heard do to your suggestion?
Oh, I took her to the bedroom. It was just like a living room and a bedroom. And I walked her to the bedroom, pulled down the sheets, got her in bed and covered her and took, before I covered her, she looked at me and asked if I was getting in with her.
Getting into bed with her?
Yes, to, cuddle, to hold her. And I said, no, I'm not. And I tucked her in and walked back into the living room.
What did you do in the living room?
I jerked off to Angelina Jolie in the Tourist. In the living room, I was doing my best to try and make sense of what happened. I was trying to make sense of everything. Given all the circumstances surrounding our lives, my life at the time, I sat there with blue balls and I thought, and again, as I said, it was a very emotional time. I just sat there and I cried.
Mr. Depp, as far as you could tell, at any stage during your meeting, did Miss Heard seem scared or terrified of you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Depp. If you wait there, Ms. Wass will have some questions.
Uh-oh. Hard balls with Sasha Wass coming up. Certainly. Thank you.
Okay, so we begin with the cross-examination by Ms. Wass of Mr. Depp. So we'll just get started with that. Okay, Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you in detail about some of these recordings that you have just referred to.
Yes.
Just so that you understand how I'm going to ask you questions, the recordings that you have just mentioned took place in July 2016, which was really right at the end of your relationship with Ms. Heard, was it not?
The end of the relationship was actually April 22nd.
Let me put it in this way. You were still interacting with her in July because we have it on tape.
I was asked to interact with her, and because I was under a restraining order, I was not.
Let me cut through this because I do not want to get sidetracked. I'm going to start at the beginning. All right. And then we will end up with what happened in July, and I will give you an opportunity to answer more questions about it and at that stage. All right.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Starting at the beginning, you are now 57 years old, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you found fame and fortune really at an early age in your life, did you not?
I do not know if I would call it fame, but around the age of 22, yes, my life changed radically.
Yes, the fame and the celebrity, if I can use that word, gave you money?
I do not think it gave it to me. I worked, I had a job, and I was paid for my services, yes.
You came into money, yes?
For the first time in my life, yes.
You had influence?
What, back then?
Yes, from that time.
I would not say I'd influence it.
Let me just explain so you can deal with it. From an early age, you put it at 21. I'm going to suggest that you had money, power, and influence. Now, do you agree with that statement or not?
I do not agree with that statement at early in that game.
All right.
Let me stop you there. Let's correct everybody. Let's do a timeline. I can't take it. I can't. 21 is when he moved to LA to do Nightmare on Elm Street. He doesn't have any power. He has a 15-minute role in Nightmare on Elm Street. Nobody knew his name. He was barely recognized anywhere else. He then goes on to do Private Resort. In the same couple of years, Private Resort, Hotel, Lady Blue. Nobody knows who he is at all. RPG. There's no influence. There's no. In fact, he made what, 50 grand? He made $1,000 a week, right? $1,200 a week to do Nightmare on Elm Street. That's his money.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing close to influence until, in my opinion, well, not even my opinion, it's absolute fact. When he gets on 21 Jump Street, nobody knows who he is, even in Platoon, massive Academy Award-winning film, Oscar-winning film. He's in the movie for 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be fair, Ms. Wass is getting all of her information from her client, Amber Heard.
I know.
Who
It's
has no
really
idea.
bad already.
We found out later who had really no idea about Johnny Depp and his career, despite what she told him.
I'm kind of angry. I want him to lash back at her and go, and say what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just he's trying to be like efficient, I guess. And already the kind of hyperbole and the lying, it's just like it's so off.
Well, he's probably Xanaxed and under strict advice not to engage, negatively or to
No, he does say, to his credit, he does say early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't specify exactly what that meant.
All right.
I want to specify for everybody what that meant. He's not even close to being recognizable in any way, shape, or form.
I think
especially at that time too, when there's no internet. And
I think you probably could have taken over for him on day one of his testimony. If they're talking about his
give
career.
him credit. I mean, I don't know like the court etiquette and stuff, but wouldn't you get kind of angry at the lawyer at a certain point? I would start blasting her. Like, I don't know if I would be able to hold myself
would start
back.
to take it personally when her voice raised or when she started to get like just snitty with me. I would get snitty back.
I would
that's my problem.
I would give it right back to her.
Yeah. Okay. All right, line 18. All right. At an early stage in your life, I think you will agree that you found drugs and alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
We can look at the files if you like. There are several interviews, which I'm sure you're familiar with, have been put in the bundles. But you said in one interview, quote, I did every kind of drug there was by 14.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that true?
At the time, pretty much, yes, it was true.
Right. Could that have changed? Quote, I did every kind of drug there was by the time I was 14, unquote. If it was true then, how can it be any different now?
Well, there were different drugs when I was 14.
Oh, you found even more. All right.
He, right off the bat, he's the humble bragging or the straight up backward bragging of the drug and alcohol and the early start on all precocious start on all this substance crap in Florida is coming to bite him in the ass, and I was so shocked when I read this, like, she's going back to those interviews.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? She's going back to like the early 90s and stuff, reading Rolling Stone articles from promoting Edward Scissorhands. And even before that, I was like, wow, they're going back that far.
Yep. They're throwing the kitchen sink.
Yep.
All right. Line 9.
No, not that I found even more. Every kind of drug that was relatively known to man, I experienced at that time.
So that I understand, what you're saying is that since you were 14, more drugs have become used as recreational drugs and prescription drugs, which you also found. Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
You asked me the question.
I asked you the question.
At the age of 14 or at the age of 14, you said you had done every drug known to man.
No.
At that time.
No, I quoted what you said in a magazine. We can look at it if you do not.
No, if you can repeat it.
I did, quote, every kind of drug there was by 14, end quote. Nothing known to man that was a quotation you are alleged to have said to the person who interviewed you.
Oh, I definitely said it.
It was true.
Yes, ma'am.
Then I think you wanted to qualify, which is why we have become sidetracked by saying there were others who have taken since then?
It's actually semantics. I was referring to drugs that I had taken prior to the age of 14 and up to the age of 14. After that, there were many new drugs that came out that I had not taken.
All right.
That's all I was trying to clarify.
Let us try to stick to the point. But if I say something that you think needs elaborating on, please feel free to say something, all right?
Yes, that is good.
What you said to another magazine, I will give my lord the references, even though Mr. Depp says he does not need them, is at File 5, Tab 172, page 4. This was an interview you did with Playboy magazine. You were asked, at one point in your life, you did seem out of control. Was it drugs? You said, mostly alcohol. There were drugs too, pills, and there was a danger I would go over the edge. I could have. Line 10.
Because of Judge Nichols. Indeed.
But do you actually need to speak?
Yes. Head nods do not come out on microphones. I'm sorry.
Head nods and head shakes do not come out of microphones. You are quite right.
I understand. Thank you, Your Lordship.
Now that remark, there were drugs too, pills, and there was a danger I would go over the edge. I could have, unquote. Do you agree that that was a fair assessment of how your relationship with drugs has been over the years?
At the time and in my youth, and as I was young, very young man, my experience with narcotics and stimulants or alcohol began at a very young age when it was not particularly stable or secure or safe, or I had a safe home life. There was quite a lot of unpleasantness in the house, so I remembered that my mother used to ask me to go and get her nerve pills. I think it was around the age of 11 that it dawned on me that nerve pills were calming her nerves. So I brought her nerve pills and I took one.
Right.
And that began, what I have to say, was a way for me the only way I found to numb the pain.
But over the years, you have carried on, have you not? On and off?
On and off, yes.
Taking drugs of all sorts?
Yes.
I mean, just to name a few, cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
Ecstasy or MDMA?
Yes, ma'am.
LSD?
When I was much younger, yes.
Yes, I'm not going to time these, but thank you for that qualification. Mushrooms?
Yes.
Ketamine?
Never.
Never? Never?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. And cannabis?
Cannabis, yes.
And you have also, on your own account, become addicted to and abused prescription drugs.
Yes, ma'am. You see, we're on line 9. I've read a few interviews with him where he was adamant that cocaine had no impact on his life at all. He'd never taken it. So he's weird with cocaine. He's lied about that a few times. I remember at least half dozen interviews where he was going into, he was like, no, cocaine is not something I ever want to deal with. It's not sure what's real and what's not, even with him. And drugs.
Yeah, he's downplaying it here, but I think he's more honest here.
Yeah, I guess so. He's all over the place with it.
And there was a time, do you agree, when you found alcohol and drugs very glamorous?
No. Do you believe him when he says no?
No. No. Did you not idolize those who idolize the drug culture?
Here we go. This is what I feared. This is exactly I've always been interested in the counterculture, and on many literary heroes of mine, including Chaucer, who was an opium addict. Why would you? Including Thomas de Quincey, who wrote the Confessions of an Opium Eater in and about the mid 18th century. So it's been a subject, as there are many other subjects that I've learned about and read about.
So leaving behind the 18th century and fast forwarding to the 20th century, Hunter S. Thompson was an idol of yours, was he not?
Hunter S. Thompson was indeed an idol of mine, yes.
Hunter S. Thompson was a man who extolled the virtues of psychedelic drugs, did he not?
I believe Mr. Thompson was a very famous quote that says, "I do not condone the use of drugs or alcohol to anyone, but they have always worked for me."
In fact, the exact quote is, quote, "I hate to advocate drugs, alcohol, violence, or insanity
There you go. There you go.
to
That's it.
anyone, but they have always worked for me."
Yes.
So that is Hunter S. Thompson?
Yes.
The musician Keith Richards
Here we
has been a
go.
role model of yours, has he not?
Keith Richards has been one of my favorite guitarists and role model. Yes.
A man whose drug abuse has been well documented?
Yes.
Another musician, Marilyn Manson. Is he somebody that you have shared many interests in?
Well, all three of those that you have mentioned, I've been very close to, and they have been friends, wonderful friends, in fact.
And your relationship with Marilyn Manson, is that based mainly in music?
Initially, yes.
What
Initially,
about,
yes.
I apologize. What about
No.
after initially? What other things did you have in common with Marilyn Manson?
That British sarcasm, right?
I know.
Well, it turns out we'd both lived in South Florida for a period of time in that same area. I was a little bit before him, I was playing these clubs, and he was playing the same clubs.
Did you share an interest in taking recreational drugs with Marilyn Manson?
No, I don't believe.
No? No?
No. Yes, no.
Are you saying that you've never taken drugs with Marilyn Manson?
I'm not saying that.
Let me ask the question more clearly then. Have you ever taken drugs with Marilyn Manson?
Yes.
And was that once or more than once?
Twice, maybe.
When was that?
Many years ago.
Give us a clue. Was it during the currency of your relationship with Ms. Heard?
Oh, no, long before.
Long before then?
Yes. Stop it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe any of this?
He's given you the
Twice?
basics. Yeah,
Twice?
I know. One of those was the
this
2-day bender.
right, and so one of the times is 4 weeks straight.
Exactly.
I don't believe that either. Look, we showed everybody that he had a cameo on 21 Jump Street. I think that's the first time Marilyn Manson was sent. It doesn't come up here, and I wish it would. Marilyn Manson he was in community college, and he was working for some pirate rock and roll newspaper as a journalist, and he was sent to, I'm not even sure if it was just rock and roll, it might have been just a pop culture thing.
I think
he was
it was.
sent to the set of 21 Jump Street to become an extra and report on what that was like, and he was supposed to interview Depp, and I don't believe he ever got to.
I believe you're correct.
That's the first meeting, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you showed us, we got to expand on that too. When I gave you all the clips of Jump Street, all the celebrities that had been on the show, you put up that great smooth compilation, and we gotta add to it because there's a lot more. But he's in the compilation, and you masterfully show him. You write the name out as he's scurrying through the skeet ball scene.
Twice
in season 4, twice.
He didn't have enough. He didn't have enough
like
camera
he's trying
time,
to
so
interview
he came
him.
back.
It's almost like he's trying to get the interview by going back and forth.
Yeah. Eventually, this guy will notice me.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so this is a good part here. So to suggest that you have taken drugs with Marilyn Manson after 2011, for example, would be quite wrong, would it?
Yes, that is definitely wrong.
Mr. Depp, you are lying about that, and I'm going to demonstrate to you how I can show that you are lying. But I will come to that in due course, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Paul Bettany, another one of your drug buddies, yes?
I wish I would sell my soul to hear this in court. We're trying to recreate it. This is what we're doing. We never got to hear it, so this is our attempt to sound what it sounded like. Could you imagine?
I just had a visual of you as soon as you're in the court, right? In the
I would be cracking. I'd be kicked out. I'd be cracking up so much.
Now I would hear you go, "Oh," as soon as she says that, and then you'd be kicked out.
Paul Bettany is another one of your little drug buddies. He's not.
And do you want to explain who Paul Bettany is to those who don't know? As a nerd, do you want to explain who Paul Bettany is?
You want me to explain it?
Yes, go ahead. Before we get into it.
Well, he's a British actor who Depp is cronyism, who Depp casts in every movie he's done. He's married to Jennifer Connelly. He lives in Brooklyn Heights. He plays the Vision in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which most humanoids would know him from. Now, he's done some independent movies. He's in Transcendence. He's in Mordecai. He actually is symbolic of the worst decisions, the worst cinematic decisions Depp has ever made as far as the movies he's in with him.
Yep.
He creates movies just to hang out with his friends. And he's tall, you know, he's about 6. He looks like he's about 6'5".
He looks very tall.
And blonde hair now he's in the hair plug company now. I think he's had thousands and thousands of hair plugs. One of these guys whose hairline is thicker 10 years now than it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, turf spray.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so line 10.
Line 10. Is that a question?
It is a question. What do you say about that? Is Paul Bettany or was Paul Bettany one of your drug buddies?
I thought you were making a statement saying Paul Bettany, one of your drug buddies. Paul Bettany is an actor that I have worked with several times. He's a friend, a good friend. And we have dabbled in drugs together.
Right. And what drugs would that be?
That would have been cocaine and alcohol.
Any sort of pills?
You know, Bettany's like, motherfucker. Boy, I thought I hit the goal. Being Johnny Depp's friend has all these perks, and this is the one downside. Yep. He's got to be like, holy shit. The last thing, and I'll say this again, I'm going to keep saying this. The Marvel Cinematic Disney wants to hear is that one of their lead actors playing the Vision is a cokehead. That's the last thing. Disney will fire you in a finger snap if you're not of wholesome in their image. That's the last thing they want. I'm surprised they didn't fire him. Seriously, they're that hardcore. They're that pristine and phony and stuff. I'm really shocked that didn't affect him. Am I exaggerating, or do you think Disney is that crazy?
No, they are. Line 20.
Okay. Yes, as far as pills go, yeah, that could have been Xanax, or if he needed, if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would of course give it to him. See, Adderall, you're right. Like it's like this crazy Hollywood recreational. When I first was diagnosed with mental illness, bipolar, Adderall was kind of in the new stages, and it was like, you had to be subscribed by a psychiatrist, and it was not hardcore, but it was like, it wasn't this recreational thing where people it's almost like it's just people just have it, like you can get it over the counter or something.
It's a weird thing. If it's used to treat, bipolar, it's weird that a lot of people now just, they'll pop one every once in a while, thinking it's
but
gonna.
Doesn't it seem like it's more available?
Yeah,
like a caffeine pill. Like it's like you could just get it at 7-Eleven now. What the hell it's so mainstream.
I know.
And it's just, I wonder how long. But apparently it's like a cocaine light, right? It's just like
from what I've read, I've never taken one, but yes, I think you're right. Okay, so line 23. It's me. So you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for. Is that right?
If he was, he's missed Dr. Depp. If he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I'd give him what he asked for.
Would you give him Xanax?
Yes.
Would you give him cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
And you at one stage owned a nightclub called the Viper Rooms?
It's a weird segue, right? You go from Paul Bettany to the Viper Room.
Yeah.
Back.
And you call it the Viper Rooms with an S.
Yeah, she has the S. I really believe she said that. She pluralized it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
In
Just
LA?
that moment. Yes.
The Viper rooms and oh, hold on. Okay, go ahead with line 15.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I meant your lordship.
He was clarifying the name of the club. Okay, sorry. Okay, a club where drugs were freely used?
No, drugs were not freely used.
Not freely used?
No, alcohol was freely served.
River Phoenix was a young actor who collapsed and died in your club?
He died. River passed away just on the sidewalk, just in front of my club, and I said, "No, River just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something you said. I should have walked away. I should have walked away."
He didn't testify that way.
That's what he says. It's right in the script.
Oh, no, you liar. Okay. Okay. So, having been in your club?
Yes, he had been there for about I cannot think I think it was 45 minutes.
And he collapsed in your club, did he not?
I did not see it happen, but from what I understand, River began to feel unpleasant or feel poorly. He began to sweat and made his way out the door. And once out the door, apparently he collapsed.
He died of a drug overdose?
Yes, ma'am.
You, over the course of your adult life, have had a lot of freedom, have you not? Do you agree with that or not?
You'd have to define freedom?
You have not been forced to lead a conventional life. You could take drugs and do more or less what you wanted, given your money and influence and power.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat? I'm trying to
Do you agree that your money and influence and power have given you freedom that many ordinary people do not have?
I would say that all those things you've mentioned, I would say that I've been very fortunate in that they are. I suppose at a certain point they become part of your life, But the other side of that coin is that you're in a way forced to live the life of a fugitive. That is in the sense that you no longer, anonymity does not exist anymore anywhere. You cannot leave, your hotel room. So I would not define that as freedom per se. I must say.
All right. You have had a huge number of people working for you, do you not? A huge entourage?
Um, you would have to define huge.
How many people do you employ? Let me ask it in that way.
I would say I cannot tell you.
It is that many. All right. I think we can agree.
Maybe it is 15, 20 maybe.
And you surround yourself with people, I suggest, who never really say no to you?
Um, that is not true at all.
Do you not agree with that?
No, I do not.
There are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you.
Oh, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, I've been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time.
Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, I'm not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could,
At times, yes,
despite the fact that it was illegal?
yes.
Yes, and we see you now as very charming and polite and very softly spoken, but there's another side of you, is there not, Mr. Depp, that is less charming?
Um, I'm afraid that that would not be fair for me to judge.
Why?
even that's charming. Like, right? She's saying, she's paying him this like massive charisma compliment, and he's even that comes off as charming. Him trying to deflect off his own charisma. I'm afraid that would not be fair to me to judge myself. Well, because I would not. I'd say that your statement is quite a blanket statement. I would apply to every single human being.
Well, let me put it like this. You are aware that there's a nasty, angry side to your character, are you not?
I'm well aware that there have been quite a lot of pain.
Sorry, I did not understand the last word.
I'm sorry. Pain.
I'm sorry, Mr. Depp, carry on.
Oh. From youth and the way I was raised, yes, when you're trying to figure out what it's all about, when, as you say, success and notoriety and all those things come to you and you do not quite understand why they have come to you, and you do not understand why you have them, especially when you do not feel in your heart you're worthy of them. It is confusing. It is a very confusing thing because you have become a product. Your name no longer sounds the way it did when you were growing up. It's become a product. So the sound of my own name, even when I speak my own name, sounds almost foreign to me. It's funny. I know exactly what he means. I really can decipher what he's saying. When you kind of lose, but as a famous way, I think he has what in psychology they call at the highest order an imposter complex. You ever hear that one?
I've heard that, yeah.
It's good. It means that you just don't feel worthy in any situation you're in. I have a lot of that. You just feel like an imposter. You just don't feel like you belong. No matter how long, it'd be like you're at your job for many, 15 years, you said?
Yeah.
And you still walk in tomorrow and go, or whenever you go back. You feel like you're like your third day on the job. Like, I don't feel like I belong here. I don't feel worthy. And you're sort of you just can't get comfortable. You're just constantly in a state of, I'm not worthy. I don't belong here.
Sure.
I can't get comfortable. I don't know if you can shake it. I don't know if there's medication for it or whatever.
There's got to be. It's like there's a pill for everything now. So
I know.
You just got to find the right combination.
It's under the category of anxiety, which brings upon. But I think when you're at his level and you still have that, that's pretty crazy stuff. Yeah. I believe him.
I do too.
If you see him, the public speaking thing, I always say I don't buy it, which to some extent, I don't know if he's trying to put on charm or whatever, but I don't understand how you could be performing in front of large film crews for hours at a time, and that throws you just a couple statements in front of a microphone of people that adore you. I just don't get it. I just don't.
Okay.
You're at 7.
On 7. Yep. Do you have an anger problem?
No, I do not have an anger problem.
You do not think you have an anger problem?
No.
I mean, over the course of your life, your adult life.
Yes.
You have regularly engaged in destructive and violent behavior. Do you agree?
I do not agree.
You do not. All right. We are going to have a look at some documents then. In fact, you have got number 4 in front of you, I think. Have you got file 4 open in front of you?
Yes, I do.
If you go back to the back of file 4, there is a cutting, or there are 2 cuttings about 163.
That is in this?
It is in that one, is it? I think we're going to have a problem, Mr. Depp. Shall I tell you what?
No. I think it is in 5. I think.
Okay. May I inquire? Is that? Oh, hold on.
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay, go down to 11. Okay. I have the same bundle as my lord, but I think Mr. Depp's is in 5. There have been.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mine stops at 158.
Okay, the judge breaks it. I'm going to have to read this. Mr. Depp, I have said this previously when we dealt with hearings remotely that patience is often needed, even if you're in court, because bundles do sometimes change, and one just has to try to deal with it the best one can.
Absolutely, my lord. I'm easy to roll with the punches. I just could not find it in the file.
Okay, back to Wass. Have you now found it? 63?
I believe I have to go to file 5.
Please do. This is an article. My lord has
I'm
identified
sorry.
it.
Stop me. Stop it right there for a second. What'd you do if she like sarcastically goes, "Well, one who needs an earpiece to complete one's scripts doesn't need read much, does one?"
Mm-hmm.
She throws the earpiece thing in his face.
The way this is going, I wouldn't doubt that.
We fancy you don't read many scripts, do you, Mr. Depp?
Mm-hmm. All right, please do. This is an article. My lord has identified it by William C. Trott. Yes?
Yes.
Dates back to 1989, so a long time ago. I think you were 25 at the time. The article reads,
Jump Street.
if you go down the second hole punch, Mr. Depp, Depp 25 was arrested and held in custody for 3 hours early Wednesday after police answered a noisy party complaint at a hotel in the West End section of Vancouver where 21 Jump Street is filmed. That was a television program you were in, is that right?
Yes.
Quote, the trouble started when a security guard asked a group of people to leave the hotel and Depp allegedly then assaulted the guard. Telephones in the hotel lobby were also damaged in the incident. Depp was released after promising to appear in court, unquote. All right. Do you agree that you were arrested on suspicion of assault, as that article suggests?
Yes. Let me stop you there for a minute. I've been obsessed with this for a very long time, my whole life, since the show. This was reported on, at the time. I remember being in high school or something, and you never could, because there's no internet, and because of this scarcity of the newspapers you have, depending on where you lived, you couldn't really read about this. So I'm getting this third hand at the time, and I always wanted to know more about that incident because it was attached to him. And when we get on with somebody from the Jump Street production, hopefully Stephen Williams and Hasberg, Dustin Gwen, whoever I feel might be available, I would love to know, because to this day I still don't quite understand what the living arrangements were with the people on that show. I think they were all living in a hotel. I think they were living in a luxury hotel in Vancouver. I don't know for a fact they ever actually had a house. I don't think he did. I think he was living in a hotel the whole time he was on that show, and then going back and forth to LA on weekends and holidays and stuff.
Yep, quite
so that's
possible.
what this is. I think he's living there.
Mm-hmm. Let's go down to 22.
The whole cast was.
Yeah, probably. Line 22. We skipped a bit. Of Judge Nickel. Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Depp, you too, please. We are now moving to when you are the age of 31. You were arrested in a New York hotel room, which you had demolished. Quote, actor Johnny Depp, star of the movie Ben in June, agrees to pay nearly $10,000 to a New York hotel after he destroyed his room there, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office said on Tuesday. Depp 31 had stayed overnight at the Mark Hotel in New York City with his girlfriend. A police spokeswoman said the actor was possibly intoxicated when he overturned tables, smashed lamps, and did other damage. But there was no known motive for the attack, unquote. Then it tells the price of the hotel, and it ends by saying, under the deal, he will pay $9,767. Do you remember that incident?
Yes. We'll get into so we were talking about this earlier in this episode. So now we're going to get to the truth of what went down. I'd never heard this before. By the way, did you read this script, or this is the first time you're going through it? Did you read this end to
This
end,
is the first time I'm going through it.
Yeah, so you got to be going, wow. Because I was punch drunk when I read this the first time.
Yeah, well, you told me you highlighted a few things and sent them, but yeah, this is the first time.
Yeah, but not everything. I mean, this is all new to you. Isn't it crazy? Okay, you're on 12.
No, you're on.
I said yes.
Okay, you're right. Perhaps you could start by telling us, were you intoxicated at the time?
No.
Were you under the influence of drugs?
No.
Did you do $9,767 worth of damages?
I do not know exactly what the amount of the damages were, but I made a few dents. Yes. By the way, he was promoting Ed Wood at the time. He was in New York. I say promoting, meaning he didn't do. I wasn't on a talk show. He was just doing this and that, little drop-ins and print interviews and shit. And I think they did the premiere was there. So the premiere for the movie, he did make that. I remember.
He was making a lot of
Dancing with Bill
appearances
Murray.
with Kate Moss in tow.
Yes, very Kate Moss-ish time and so.
Okay, Mr. Depp, forgive me. This was just the room that you destroyed, not the whole hotel, according to this report?
It is a room.
It's a room in a hotel. A few dents do not amount to nearly $10,000. What did you do to create damage of nearly $10,000?
Well, the $10,000 was the bill that was given to me.
Yes.
There was it was a long time ago, but there was a vase that got turned over. And there was I slid a couch across the room.
You slid or slipped?
Slid, I'm sorry.
So you did not damage it, you just moved the couch. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I just slid it across the room.
That would not cause any damage at all unless you perhaps damaged the floor?
No, I do not recall that it lasted very long. I do not recall that I was, I did not rip things off the wall or anything like that.
You see the headline says, Depp to pay for a trashing room?
Yes.
Sorry, I had to mute to cough. I mean, you trashed the room. You know what that means, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Trashing a room?
Yes.
It's not just breaking a vase or moving a couch a few feet across.
No.
The suggestion is that you trash the room?
Sure. And I trash is fine. I just think that there are. I mean, when I left the room, it was not livable. It was not unlivable. You just had to put a new vase in there and maybe a cup or two.
So your explanation for this is that you broke a vase and maybe a cup or two, yes?
I broke some things. I do not remember exactly what they were. It was 1994, for Christ's sake.
This was an unusual incident, was it not? Or not?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, for the second time, you were arrested, yes?
Yes.
You were arrested in circumstances where it was alleged that you had been violent.
Yes.
And it was quite a lot of money to most people. Was it maybe not very much money to you, $10,000?
No. I think it's quite a lot of money for anybody.
Yes, and what I'm asking, and you say you remember it?
Yes.
Why did you trash this room?
Oh, it had been a particularly bad couple of days, and that evening turned out to was kind of the apex of a very unpleasant time.
I asked you a little while earlier whether you considered that you had a problem with your anger and anger management, and you said no?
No, I do not think I have a problem.
You still maintain that?
Yes.
So if you were not angry...
No, I was angry at the time.
You were angry?
Yes, but that does not mean I have an anger problem.
Well, did you find it difficult to control your anger on this occasion?
On that occasion, I chose to express my anger.
Right. So just so we are speaking the same language, you would say you express your anger in a way that is possibly destructive, but that does not mean you have an anger management problem. That's the difference between us?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was waiting for her to finish. I'm sorry.
All right.
Just for a second. So, do you remember? I think it was somebody from the Who called the desk to complain about him. And the irony was, like in the article was, can you believe this guy did so much damage that the Who, who's notorious for wrecking hotel rooms, is actually complaining about him.
Did that turn out to be true, or was that just a rumor?
I don't know if it was ever substantiated. That I'm trying to remember which Who member it was.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I can like maybe look it up. I want to say, and because I was fortunate to be living in New York, Long Island / New York City, more Long Island at the time, and so we got news about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I had on VHS tape. I had the whole thing. I was like shoving VHS tapes in the local Fox News, and it wasn't Fox at the time. It was like local Fox, and it was like WPAX Channel 11 had coverage. So New York had tons of coverage of this thing that you can, and him doing the perp walk with the bomber jacket and the glass with the weird green aviators and the pea hat on with the green, and you also in the dark blue jeans doing the perp walk. I want to say it was Roger Daltrey. It was Townsend or Daltrey, one of the two.
He seems like he's the type, but I would too if it's happening next door to me. Yeah, I'm probably gonna call if I'm paying top dollar for this high end hotel, and there's just somebody on a rampage next door. Yeah, I might.
And it was like a cute Hispanic cop that arrested him. She was like in her mid-20s or something, and she got interviewed on Fox and something like, I fucking wish I had this VHS tape. And she said something like, he asked me if I saw him at a mall, I would ask for his autograph. And I said, I don't really do that. I don't fawn over celebrities like that. I don't ask for autographs. I don't really care. And I guess they had some repartee. He was like, I don't know. So, well, you saw me in a mall, you definitely asked my autograph. It's like, no, I don't really care. I don't really do that.
It's weird.
Yeah, it was great footage. It's the best footage you could have because, like I said, I lived in New York, so they had all these local networks covering it. Walter, was it Slow News Day? Actually, no. Doesn't he make a joke about how there's an invasion somewhere? There was like a weird American. It wasn't Desert Storm. Was it something else? Like in 90? Was that? Oh, I'm getting fogged. But there was some invasion, and he made a joke that his hotel trashing got the headlines over this crazy invasion in the Post and Daily News.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. All right, line 3, page 57.
May I hear the question again?
The question was, I repeated what you said, that you said you expressed yourself in a particular way, and I asked you whether I understood correctly that you express yourself through destructive behavior. Perhaps you can just answer that part of the question first. Do you agree that you express yourself through destructive behavior?
I have at times in my life, yes.
Yes, and this was not the only time by any means, was it?
No, ma'am.
And would you say that despite the fact that you express yourself by being destructive, you do not consider that you have an anger management problem?
I also express myself by laughing. I do not have a humor problem because I laugh.
You have a sense of humor, presumably, if you laugh. Anyway, we do not need to argue about the semantics. You have agreed that when you are angry, you smash things up.
I have agreed that when I'm angry, then I've smashed things up.
Can you explain to us what it was on that occasion that made you so angry that you did $10,000 worth of damage to a simple hotel room?
Okay, here's where this is all new, because I had seen this incident described backward and forward. This comes out here. This is the first time he explains this, because it was done. He had a way different alibi, and 100 different alibis, I might add. This is the first time. So he said, I had a friend of mine that had been a friend for a very long time, and he had, for lack of a better description, screwed me over, if you will.
Right. This made you angry?
Yes, ma'am.
And you trashed the room?
Yes.
And then your girlfriend then was with you?
Yes.
Did you consider at the time she might be rather frightened by that?
She was in the bedroom asleep.
She slept through the whole thing, did she?
Yes.
All right, let us carry on then and fast forward to tab 171.
Do you buy that?
No. I think...
Yeah, it's weird. I don't think anybody in the court buys that.
Mm-hmm.
That's strange.
All right, going down to line
He's
21.
He's trying not to drag her into the, unlike Bettany. I don't know why he's not, but it's, I don't buy a word of that.
All right, I'm skipping to line 21. It's just judge stuff. Okay, so you were asked about the hotel incident. Do you remember? Do you see that this interview took place sometime later?
Yes, I see.
All right, down to line 2. At the very top, it says, quote, voiceover. No one was laughing when Depp trashed a fancy hotel room after a spat with his then girlfriend, causing nearly $10,000 worth of damage. Was all that about that? Unquote. This was the interview asking you that question, was it not, Mr. Depp?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
The suggestion of the interviewer has nothing to do with the friend who screwed you over. It was that you had a spat with your girlfriend. Is that what he said? Is it not?
Oh, yes. It's what he said. That was the assumption of the media at the time.
Right.
Well, because it makes for better press, does it not? Rather than assaulting a human being, I assaulted a couch, and
Instead of putting the chap who was interviewing you, in fact, it's a woman who was interviewing you, right? Put the record straight. You went along with the suggestion that it was after a spat with your girlfriend?
may I just, her next to the other person, it says voiceover. So, this voiceover, this must be a TV program.
Uh-huh.
Well, then it's not an interview, is it?
There is a question. I will read it to you again. Quote, no one was laughing when Depp trashed a fancy hotel room after a spat with his girlfriend, causing $10,000 worth of damage. What was all that? Unquote. So you are saying it was never put to you that it was your girlfriend?
It had been put out in the
paper,
in the press, quite a lot. That it was an argument between Kate Moss and myself, which was not the case at all. It was not truth, but the media machine had taken it already.
Once the media machine had taken it over, did you ever think to correcting it?
I did correct it. I've corrected it in other interviews as well. Yes.
All right. The question was, quote, what was all that about? Unquote. So you are being asked the question, are you not? How did this all happen? This trashing the hotel room. And your answer was, it was about Dave. I think you have told us that already. Quote, you have bad days, and some guys go play golf. Some guys, smash hotel rooms, end quote. That was your answer.
Oh, yeah, that was my answer. But if, if this comes from a television show, then we're talking about being in two separate places. My interview, I'm sorry, your lordship. I just want to clarify this because it does not read like a sit-down interview of any kind, because she's off camera at all times. So this looks like television. If it is television, I'd love to see it, because
we have a transcript here. If you go back to F1037, what it says, the piece is called, quote, Johnny Depp, the ultimate outsider profile of Johnny Depp.
Oh, I remember this. This is for Pirates.
ABC News transcript, June 20th, 2003, Friday, end quote. Yes?
Oh, yes.
This is a transcript of the television piece.
Yes.
Going back to 1042, the voiceover, so not what was said to you, but the voiceover on the television program was, quote, no one was laughing when Depp trashed a fancy hotel room after a spat with his then girlfriend model, causing $10,000 worth of damage. What was all that? End quote. That was the question that was asked of you, you said. Quote, it was a bad day. You have bad days, and some guys go play golf. Some guys, smash hotel rooms, end quote. Those are your words.
I felt really uncomfortable in my own skin, and I couldn't quite get a handle on it, And so, yeah, I just took to poisoning myself, which was really stupid. It was really a dumb time.
Those were the days of drinking, drugs, and decadence, replete with a succession of high-profile girlfriends and the trashing of a New York hotel room after a lover's quarrel with model Kate Moss, a tantrum that landed Depp in jail. Bad behavior fueled.
Oh, yes. They are my words.
Now we have to get to the bottom of that. Do you want to say whether you disagree with the words that were recorded and that were broadcast on the television?
Oh, if your lordship would not mind, I would not. I would just like to clarify one thing about the body of the interview and what she's describing in this interview.
Yes.
This is from ABC News. So Elizabeth Vargas, when she speaks, it says voiceover, and then it says Elizabeth Vargas off camera, and then it cuts to me. So what I'm saying, trying to explain to you, is that whatever interview they're using, whatever words of mine they're using, her segment was shot at a completely different time and probably while after mine. So she could have said anything in the world, and I had no control over that. If you understand, they took an interview with me and then put my words, put Miss Vargas on as the voiceover off camera. We never did the interview together. So it's what I'm saying. These are not direct questions from Elizabeth Vargas. By the way, he's absolutely right. So
Agreed.
he's laying out exactly what these pieces do. It shouldn't be foreign to anybody that watches network television. That's a very classic move they make. After he does an interview, they go and throw in voiceovers. We do it. Not we don't do it just like that, but everybody. So she's taking a transcript. She has not watched it. She's taking the transcript and she's twisting it.
She's trying to trap him.
Even worse, and trying to trap him.
He's trying to unravel himself from this.
But he's right. But he's spot on with how that's laid out. I mean, and she kind of looks like an idiot that she doesn't know, or pretending not to.
She was pretending.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I am interested in, Mr. Depp, is not actually what Elizabeth Vargas says at all. What I'm interested in, so you know, is your statement that you made there, which you agreed that you made.
Oh, yes. No, I did make the statement, but not in answer to the exact question that she's asking.
The statement indicates that some guys go and play golf and get angry and they swing a club around at a golf course. You smash hotel rooms. That is what you're saying there.
Yes.
Quote, if it's a bad day, some people play golf. I will smash a hotel room, end quote.
The answer that I gave them, I believe, was done with some semblance of humor. You know, as a ridiculous notion that a grown man will attack a hotel room.
It might be a ridiculous notion, but it was certainly what you were arrested for.
Yes. I mean, it is what I did, yes.
Which is what you did. So ridiculous or not, it is what you did?
It is ridiculous, yes.
That does not mean it did not happen?
Well, I just said I did it.
Can I ask you to go to File 4, Tab 107?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go to the next
21
page.
years.
Okay. Line 10, page 64.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, the reason, just so that you know, that I am asking these questions, I am suggesting to you as clearly as I can that you are the type of person who, when he becomes angry and or frustrated, expresses that through violent behavior. All right? That is why I am asking you these questions. That is the relevance to them. Do you understand?
I understand.
So let us look at this. It's a transcript. It's a bit difficult to read, but let us put it in context.
Oh, wow.
This is good. You made a film in 1998 with an actress called Ellen Barkin. Do you remember that? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Yes, I do.
Was it about the life of Hunter S. Thompson?
Well, no, it was a film based on the book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
All right. Ms. Barkin had some dealings with you. Can I ask you to start at F566?
Yes.
At the bottom. So we know the pages go top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. It could not be more confusing, but I am sure we can work it out together. At the bottom left, second answer from the bottom, she explains, quote, "The friendship went from purely platonic friendship to a romantic one." Okay, let's go down to more judge stuff.
Just a minute, I'm trying to navigate this document.
Line 19. Line 20 in that transcript, Ms. Barkin is saying, "The friendship went from purely platonic friendship to a romantic one," end quote.
Oh, I see that, yes.
Go over to line 18 on internal page 12. Quote, "I would see him 3 or 4 times a week," end quote. Yes?
I see that, yes.
Then over on page 16, turn over the page. So it is 567, internal page 16.
Yes.
She says you were loving, very demonstrative, seemed like people who took care of people around him, yes?
Yes, I see it.
Then over the page to 568, she was asked, "Did you become aware that he drank to excess?" Okay, I'm going down to 11. This is the question that Ms. Barkin was asked. Have you got that?
Yes, I do.
Then there are various objections from various lawyers. At the top of page 19, which is the bottom left, she says, quote, "He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time," end quote. All right, and said that you are a red wine drinker at line 15, yes?
Yes.
Do you agree with that at about this time of your life?
Well, yes, I was drinking red wine. I'd given up spirits, so I was just drinking red wine.
And when she said you were drunk most of the time or a lot of the time, when she qualifies that, would you agree with that?
No.
That is wrong?
I would say that is quite a stretch. We had what I would call Barkin booty calls about 3 to 4. So EB
You and your
EB booty calls about 3 to 4
right.
times a week. By the way, let me just say, I've read a ton of press, and we're gonna respond to somebody on the Radio Gunk forums and the WINO Forever Deappening thread. I know the Hunter S. Thompson relationship and the time on Fear and Loathing. I've read so much press on that, so many interviews. He claims to be stone cold sober during the filming of that. So this is another contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
I remember thinking that's crazy. Filming that there was too much to do. The filming was too complex. He couldn't afford to be drunk or drinking during it because he many times claims to have been stoned. So this is a complete contradiction to what I've read in the filming of this over the years.
All right.
This is all new. This freaked me when the Barkin stuff came out. I was like, holy shit. What in the hell is this?
I know. I
Isn't
had
this
no
crazy?
idea. I had no idea about her.
I know. By the way, let's just give the timeline for everybody. Depp's relationships. He's just broken up with Kate Moss. It doesn't come up here. So she's in between. This is in between Vanessa and Kate Moss to Vanessa. This is the in-betweens. He might have been single for a few months in 1997 in between those two.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, line 2.
Well, I would say that is quite a stretch.
Quite a stretch. Go to page 20 at the bottom.
Uh-huh.
She was asked about illegal substances. Do you see that? Line 3, the same question with illegal substances?
Yes, ma'am.
The answer at page 9. This is Ms. Barkin answering the question. Hallucinogenics?
Yeah. Oh.
Go down. I'm going down to 13.
Okay.
I'm going down to 13. All right. What Ms. Barkin said when she was asked about your consumption of illegal substances was hallucinogenics. What does that cover?
Hallucinogenics. That could cover anything from lysergic acid.
There you go.
Which essentially is LSD, to mushrooms, to
yeah.
Silos. I can't. What do you know what this is?
Psilocybin, whatever.
Okay,
in mushrooms. Okay.
Some psilocybin in mushrooms, and then she rode the Sibian. That type of thing, to mushrooms, psilocybin on the Sibian and mushrooms, that type of thing.
Was she right about that?
No.
So she has that wrong as well?
Yes.
You did not take LSD? You have told us already?
No, I did not.
What about mushrooms?
Well, no, not at the time, no.
You did not take mushrooms. Cocaine, she says?
No, not at that time, no.
She has also got that wrong. Marijuana?
At that time, occasionally, yeah.
So hardly any drugs at that time. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes. I mean, I was working on a film.
Does that stop you taking drugs?
Yes. I would say there's no way to make it. It's just too much work.
You never take controlled substances during the course of making a film?
I take the normal medications that my doctor prescribed. That
I'm not asking about that. I'm talking about cocaine, ecstasy, marijuana. Never take those during the course of filming?
I have I have I have at times smoked marijuana at work, and at times when you're on your 17th hour of the day. Yes, I've taken cocaine, but occasionally, not as a regular.
Well, so in fact, what Ms. Barkin says is not necessarily wrong, is it, when it comes to cocaine? Or are you saying it is wrong?
It seems that Ms. Barkin is saying what I was engaging in consumption of hallucinogenics, cocaine, and marijuana. As I said to you before, hallucinogenics. No, I was not taking any cocaine. I was not doing any cocaine at the time, and I had not for a long time. So marijuana occasionally, yeah.
Okay. Let us go down to the same page, page 20 on F568, line 22. She is asked, quote, with respect to any of that hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence? That is the question. There is an objection by your lawyer. Then over the page. So we are now on page F569 at the bottom, page 21 at the top. Do you have that?
Oh, yes, I do.
Line 4, she says, quote, all of the time, end quote. So she is asked whether you took hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana in your presence, and her answer was, quote, all of the time, end quote.
Yes.
Can you explain any reason you know of why she might be lying about that?
Are you asking me to speculate?
No. Do you know any reason why Ms. Barkin, I mean, you ended up on good terms or not?
No, we did not end up on good terms.
So are you suggesting then that she has an evil motive to tell untruths about you?
I'm not suggesting anything because I cannot begin to guess. But I know that we did not end on good terms. So she was interested in something that I was not.
So then the answer she gives at line 10, quote, he was always drinking and or smoking a joint, end quote. Again, do you agree with that?
No, I do not.
No. At the bottom of, at line 21, page 21, quote, did Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more and used more drugs, end quote. Yes. And we get her answer at page 22 on the right-hand side, line 5. He was not the same. He was high. That is pretty obvious.
We're looking at page 21?
22.
22.
Sorry, you're absolutely right. Sorry, 22, yes. Quote, not the same. He was high, end quote. Let me skip down. Go to 25.
Okay. You said yes. Yes, I see that. May I, if it's all right,
There's not a question. I'm the judge objects. Okay, there's not a question. I'm just putting it into context so we have the answer to the question. Because if we look at page 23 at the bottom, another question arises out of that, which I do want your help with, please, Mr. Depp. Do you see page 23 at the bottom?
yes, I do.
There's a question at line 8. Did there ever come a time, Miss Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you? Do you see that?
I see that. Yes, I see that.
Again, there is an objection to that question, but the witness answers at line 13, quote, yes, Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room in one instance, in Las Vegas, while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, end quote. Yes?
Yes, I see that.
The suggestion I put to you is that you lost control, lost your temper on that occasion, and you threw a bottle when you were in a hotel room with Ms. Barkin.
I do not recall.
You do not recall that happening?
No, ma'am. If I may, Your Lordship, I just want to. When we went from page 21 to 22. The question in line 21 on page 21. The question's, now, did you ever observe Miss Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used drugs? In line 24, Mr. Chu says, objection leading 25. I did not.
Yes, and she said on page 22, quote, he was not the same, he was high, end quote. To put the whole thing in context, yes, I am agreeing with you. There is another answer.
I don't know that. I did not mean.
Okay, the judge breaks in. I see the point, Mr. Depp. It is fair enough to draw attention to the fact that there was an answer by Ms. Barkin prior to the passage that Ms. Wass drew my attention to.
Yes, sir, your lordship.
But now I think we have moved on to the passage on internal, page 23.
Yes.
The question, did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you? And then there's an answer at lines 13 through 16.
Yes.
About the throwing of the bottle, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
I will finish this passage and then you can give me your answer to what was going on then. Page 25.
Yes.
Quote, what prompted Mr. Depp to do that? End quote. Line 18. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Go to page 26. Quote, a fight was going on. End quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Line 1.
Yes.
Okay, quote, between you and Mr. Depp, question mark, end quote. That was the question. Quote, no, she said, end quote. Question, who was the fight between? Answer, between Mr. Depp and his friends in the room, the assistants. And then she says, just so we put it all in context, quote, honestly, I can't remember, end quote.
Yes.
Then lower down the page, line 19, quote, did the bottle hit anyone? Did the bottle hit anyone else? Did the bottle hit you? The answer, no. Question, did the bottle hit anyone else? Answer, no, it did not. Then she is asked how far she was away from the bottle, and she said, when Mr. Depp threw the bottle, she said she was across the room, and then she gives an order of size in the court where she was giving evidence about that. What she says at page 28, she is asked, quote, after Mr. Depp threw the bottle, did you say anything? End quote. She says, quote, no. The question, did you do anything? Answer, no. Question, did anyone else say anything? Answer, no. Question, did anyone else do anything? Answer, no. Now, this was a room that also had she calls them your assistants in, yes?
I'm sorry, this was a room that...
Look at page 26, line 7. She said, there was a fight going on between you and your friends, your assistants or the assistant.
Honestly, I do not remember. Yes.
So that is what she says. Your answer is that you do not remember. And then the judge breaks in. Okay. If I can summarize.
You're on 16.
Yeah.
Page 74.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. I actually forgot, or maybe I misinterpreted this when I first read that. So she's basically saying he gets into a brawl with his people.
That's what
his
it sounds
assistants in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, this is completely new to me again. I don't recall even reading. I might have been daydreaming. I don't know. Sometimes you trail off when you're reading and stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy shit, and he doesn't exactly deny it. This is insane.
Yeah.
What is going on during this?
I don't think this was a one-time thing. So
no.
Yeah. Back in his heyday.
Having a dust up with his assistants in a hotel during the filming of Fear and Loathing. And I should say, Ellen Barkin on this film, she is a glorified cameo. It's a pretty good scene. It's a scene where Thompson and Depp and Benicio del Toro, Thompson and Oscar Acosta, his lawyer, go into a diner, and she's playing the waitress, and they terrify her in the scene. Mm-hmm. It seems like Ellen Barkin is on this set much more than what that scene would require.
Mm-hmm.
She's just in this one scene.
Yeah.
And it sounds like she's on the film for like months or something.
Mm-hmm. He could have just kept her around.
Yeah, no, definitely.
It sounds like she provided a service for him. Maybe that's why she expected more after filming, and it didn't happen.
I think she had nothing lined up, and he's like saying, just hang around,
Yeah.
you know what? There's no reason for you to go anywhere. Just hang around.
Keep my
And I
bed
think
warm.
yeah, it's just a glorified tantric booty call during this filming of this.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not blatantly saying that, but what else could this be?
Yeah. All right, let's wrap up here this first part here. Let's do a couple more pages. Okay, so yeah, line 16. To the witness, if I can summarize this and correct me if you do not agree with this summary, Ms. Barkin is describing an incident in a hotel where you threw a bottle. It did not hit her. There were other people in the room. There was a fight going on, according to Ms. Barkin, between you and your friends, the assistant, she says. Yes?
I see that she says that, yes.
She says that. And going down directly to page 28, she essentially says, nobody did anything apart from you throwing the bottle. Do you agree that is the summary of what she says, or do you want to go through every single question and answer?
No. That seems to be what she's saying.
All right. That is a characteristic of your assistants, people who work for you. They never step in. They never tell you off for bad behavior. They simply deal with the mess you make.
I would say that is incorrect.
You would say that's incorrect. Have any of your assistants, just over the time you were with Miss Heard, ever reprimanded you about your behavior that you can remember?
Reprimanded is a very strong word. The people I work with, such as assistants for security, that are not just hired hands. I do not think of them as my employees or someone who works for me. I think of them as people who work with me, and more, since we've all been together for quite a number of years, they're more like family. So, they never ever backed off from approaching me with something if they have any concerns on any subject. I mean, she's on 21, page 75.
Yeah.
She obviously, most people she's building to saying it. No, you don't know the word no. Nobody. You are in a emperor's clothes echo chamber. Nobody ever tells you no. You get your way in every situation. When nobody calls you on your bullshit, and it's been going on this way for years, so you have no credibility because everybody tells you what you want to hear all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's really where all this is leading to.
No, you're right.
Which could be true to some extent, and to a major extent.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody tell them no? It doesn't seem like it. I mean, who do you think is calling them on stuff during those years?
Yep.
According to Tracy Jacobs, nobody.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go through page 79, and then we'll stop on page 80. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're hitting over
That's
3 hours now.
Yeah. Okay, so we will look at that when we come to the particular incidents, and then the judge breaks in. Can I just understand your answer?
Yes.
And the judge asked, Miss Wass was asking you if your assistants have ever reprimanded you, and you commented that reprimand was a strong word.
Yes, my lord.
Have any of your assistants, in whatever word you choose, taken issue with your behavior?
They have. Yes, they've taken issue with me. Yes, my behavior on various subjects, but they do not. It's not a dressing down. It's more like to do with, like, for example, if I was going through a period where I felt it was necessary to self-medicate, which is, I suppose what I've called it since I was 11 years old.
And then myself breaks back in, Ms. Wass. Just so we are clear, self-medicating, are you talking about only prescription drugs or prescription as well as recreational drugs?
I'm talking about if I was drinking to excess at a particular time, they would get worried about me and they would voice their concerns. But it was never, it was never a screaming or yelling or anything like that. It was just like, like I was being spanked. It was a sit down where they were concerned for my health.
So the example that Ms. Barkin uses of you throwing a bottle across the room in the direction of where she was and nobody saying anything, is that something that would happen with one of your assistants, or would your assistant say, look, Mr. Depp, Johnny, you really should not have behaved like this?
I can tell you unequivocally that Ms. Barkin's statements about what she believes happened is not at all what happened. And
Right. So she must be lying because you could not possibly be mistaken about an incident of someone throwing a bottle across a room.
I do not want to call anyone a liar, but I can tell you that it never happened, and that incident never happened.
Let us see what else she says about you. It's the bottom of page 570, internal page 28. My lord, the judge breaks in. Yes. Okay. She was asked at line 19, what was your reaction to Mr. Depp throwing the bottle in your direction? She said, quote, I was not shocked, end quote. And the question was, why were you not shocked? Her answer was this, quote, there was always an air of violence around him. He is a yeller. He is verbally abusive. All of those things you can see, end quote. And then she goes on to expand on that. Are you now on internal page 29, Mr. Depp, at page
Yes.
F571?
Yes, ma'am.
Line 14. Quote, that is part of it. There was just a lot of yelling, end quote. Then at 20, she says this. Sorry, at 18. The question is, and who did he yell at that you witnessed? Answer, his assistant, people who would work on the film, maybe in what he viewed as a lower capacity than he functions at. There was just a world of violence, end quote. I'm going to break in there. I don't believe that.
I see that. Yeah, she sounds like she's embellishing majorly. This is
Yeah,
a torch.
I don't. I think her mistake is
some of it's true. Some of it's true.
Of course,
but not all.
I believe that he goes from 1 to 100 in 2 seconds, but I don't believe the part that he would berate people who he viewed as
No.
a lower capacity.
I don't see that either.
Yeah.
She's embellishing. There's some truth and some hyperbole, a lot of hyperbole mixed in.
I think most of this is she scorned because he devastated
big
her.
time. It's the sound of a torch. It's the smell of a torch, as Russell Buchan said.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
The whiff of a torch. Oh, I see that.
All right. Then she talks about your jealousy. Do you regard yourself as somebody who is jealous within relationships?
Where do you see the jealousy?
Right. Page 571, internal page 32, bottom right.
Oh, yes.
Quote, I went to go home, end quote. Sorry. It is at line 23.
Thank you.
Quote, I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealousy. Do not do this, do not do that. I never heard from him after that, end quote. Then she is asked, Ms. Barkin is about the word jealousy at line 8 of page 33, internal page 33. My lord, page F572 at the bottom. Quote, you just use the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous? Answer, he is just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? Then she gives an example at line 18. Quote, I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who was not him, end quote. Then, just to finish, since you asked about the jealousy over on page 34 at the top, so to the right of the page, we have just looked at line 14, quote, and when in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry? Answer, yeah, and demanding.
I see that, yes.
So the account she gives of you, and I will come to what you say about it in a moment. The account she gives is somebody who is angry, taking a lot of alcohol and drugs, throwing missiles or throwing a missile on one occasion, and somebody who is very controlling and jealous, and somebody who assistants do not intervene at all. That is a summary, I am going to suggest, of what her account is about you. Now that we have looked at the transcript, that is what she says in essence, is it not?
That is what she says.
Now is your turn to tell us what you say about that. Oh, sorry.
Untrue.
Let me say that again. Sorry. Now is your turn to tell us what you say about that.
Untrue.
Untrue?
Yes. I would say that the description of me on smaller page 29, where that is of line 14, page 20, that is part of, just a lot of yelling. Did Mr. Depp yell at you? Not that I can recall. And then who did he yell at that you witnessed? And his assistant, people who would work with him on the film, maybe he would view it as a lower capacity than he functions at. And then there's just a world of violence. I can swear that this is the furthest description of me and how I communicate with people that I work with. Never do I speak down to anyone. Never would I think of anyone as lesser than me. Film is a collaborative effort. I do not believe in the idea of stars and fame and all that stuff. I just don't believe in it. I do not read the magazines. I do not do any of that business. It's the furthest. But I believe that if you spoke with anyone that I've worked with on a film, besides Ms. Barkin, who was clearly holding a grudge and was speaking for misheard as she was asked to do.
All right.
Wow, stop right there.
Yeah, we're going to stop.
So now, what he's implying is that Amber Heard contacted Ellen Barkin through God knows what. I have to maybe trace back their 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, and see where they might know each other from. I'm not entirely positive. Depp met Ellen Barkin, I think, even before. I remember they went to they were photographed together at some premiere, and that's like in the early 90s.
Okay.
I want to see in between.
Is that her in the gold dress? She's like in a gold. She's in a gold dress at a premiere.
Could be. But I think it's in between Moss and Winona Ryder.
Okay.
So I remember them at a premiere somewhere. So there's been some, EB booty call going on. I think sort of like in between his various serial relationship, serial, monogamous relationship. But the succubus's people seemingly said, who's the most bitter? Who's the most outspoken and bitter that can give us really, really lay it on thick? And Barkin was elected. She's a loose cannon. If you see her on Twitter, she goes nuts all day long. If you ever get a chance, check out Ellen Barkin on Twitter. She just goes crazy about politics, about whatever. She's really good at good actress. She's great in Animal Kingdom on TNT. It's one of my favorite news crime show. A type of thing I would love to see Depp do. Crime series genre like that. About a crime family that kind of like a surfing. It's like if you combined Point Break, a movie Depp turned down, Point Break with like Sons of Anarchy. Set in like Southern California. It's a really, really good show. And she was a star of that. She was the mom. She was the crime mom of this family. And she's great in it. But with that greatness comes a absolute batshit crazy broad cougar, of the highest order. And they identified her as going off on him. I mean, they chose her for a reason. And I think the succubus contact, who knows how
Some of the only one that would agree to
would agree to do this, right?
So do you want to
put a pin in this here?
Yeah, we're going to stop it there because we're over halfway through day one.
Page 80.
Page 80. I have it marked. I'll remind you before we do the next one.
So I'm going to read some comments and questions here, what we have.
Okay.
Again, we put it out there that we want unpopular Depp opinions for a future show. So anybody who has what you perceive as an unpopular Depp opinion, for example, I say I hate long hair on him and I hate the Hollywood vampires and his involvement with it and what it's done to his film choices, that kind of thing. If you're ballsy enough to say you don't like Ed Wood, which is the crazy contrarian opinion. Like, who doesn't love Ed Wood? It's a Depp fan. So I'm going to say, well, you don't like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, or you don't like that, right? You said you don't.
Fear and Loathing?
The Thompson, yeah. You said
I can't. And I can't base it on this.
Rum Diaries is different, but it's.
I know. That's what I'm basing it on too.
It's
and
a
that's
different
not fair.
Thompson. It's a different Thompson.
I know.
It's a way different. Well, Rum Diaries is a watered down Thompson. It's a restrained, boring Thompson. If you took all the interesting things away from Thompson,
Mm-hmm.
You get the Rum Diaries.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, that's a future show. Anything you have. Maybe you don't think he's attractive.
What?
You don't like 21 Jump Street. Whatever it is. I mean, I have some contrarian things that are very genuine. I can go on forever. Things I disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not about me entirely per se, or Sarah. We'd like to hear from everybody. But again, if you don't, I can run with it. Well, we got a few. You got one, right? You got one, a really big one from.
Yeah, I have a
Who was
couple.
it? Boggins?
Yes.
Oh, good. Miss Boggins, who's a regular listener and commenter. I think we read something from her coming up. We'll go through these here. G Canada writes in the comments. He's a radio gunk. He's on the chat all the time. He writes, "Who the fuck is Michael DeBar?"
How dare you? You'll find
see
out
who he is.
I put it in the intro to this episode. So
Yeah,
watch
you're doing
it,
a phenomenal
rewind
job
it,
of it.
watch it, rewind it, watch it again, rewind it, watch it again, and then soak in the genius of Michael DeBar.
I'll explain it to you though. He is an actor. He is a singer, songwriter, musician. He was in the group Power Station.
Mm-hmm.
The song is the one you'd probably know
Obsession.
is "You got to motorcycle."
Oh yeah.
How you gonna do it? Don't let yourself unwind until you do it. Feel the heat pushing you to the side. Feel the heat burning you up. Ready or not, some like it hot and some fish when the heat is on. And
I like
he's
Obsession better.
You're my obsession. Who do you want me to be to make you sleep with me? By the way, Michael DeBar has, somebody did a pirate or a small documentary on him. And the title of the documentary is "Who Do You Want Me to Be?"
Oh my gosh.
He's a comedian. Guy's a comedian too. He works with Andy Kindler on a podcast. I love Andy Kindler. Great, very underrated comedian. I can't remember the guy's name. It's Weinstein, something. Elvis Weinstein is the guy's name. He does the documentary on, supposedly it's very good. It's tough to find. I don't know where you get. He probably wants you to individually buy it. But the title of it is "Who Do You Want Me to Be?" which is a great title.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows all the stuff he's done. He's done a million acting gigs. You know him, believe me, G Canada. WKRP had a reboot. Does anybody remember this? It was syndicated.
I do,
like
sadly.
a Small Wonder, like it would be on your whatever, your Fox in the early 90s, and they did and he played a DJ on that. He was in Seinfeld once. He's in so many things.
Mm-hmm.
Movie roles.
You see him, he comes on the screen, you go, "Oh, that guy, yeah."
Yeah, that guy. That's why I said, "Who do you want me to be?" In 21 Jump Street is 2 different roles. It's ridiculous. Like they're literally like 12 episodes apart, 2 seasons. But like in season 3, he's in the Fame episode where he plays a drama school teacher, and he's great in the movie. He is great in this episode. He plays a drama school teacher, and they dissect Jackie Gleason's pathos. So that his thing is Gleason is not a clown. There's real pain coming from him when he does the Honeymooners, and this is why. So they do a serious scene from the Honeymooners instead of aping, and he forces Penhall to do this dramatic scene from the Honeymooners. It's phenomenal. He's phenomenal in it, and he explains the pathos of Jackie Gleason. It's such a good scene. The episode itself is stupid and kind of crappy, and they kind of ape Fame, which, by the way, which Depp did not get picked. He auditioned for in the early 80s when he first got to Hollywood, the television show. Might have done it from Florida. Anyway, so it's a adaptation of Fame via Jump Street, the lens of 21 Jump Street. They're investigating the drugs in this performance art school. And he then comes back in season 4 and plays a club owner who's dealing ecstasy to his patrons. And Depp's ex-girlfriend is his wife, who is Melanie Griffith's sister, Tracy. And you will see her in the clip I gave to Sarah to put at the beginning of this. He's got her like in a headlock.
She's a
and
hostage.
He plays, she's a hostage, and that's the scene where he goes, "Love makes a man weak, Officer Hardigan. I learnt that early on, but you never learnt it at all."
I thought we both thought it was fitting for our topic of this episode.
Perfect. It's perfect of describing Depp in a pussy fog. And what he went through with the succubus. So thank you, G Canada. That's who Michael Debar is. Then we got a new listener here. Welcome to the Deppening. I know forever the Deppening family, Demira A. So Demira A writes, Sophie Herman is barely his girlfriend. Otherwise, they'd at least have one photo with them together. Not necessarily true, Demira. Depp is
I think he's right now
at dodging cameras.
Yeah, I think right now he's scared to death to be, photographed with any woman for whatever the reason would be.
Does he have?
I know. She could be in house number 6.
Why do we never see him photographed with Rochelle Hathaway? His private jet stewardess. How come there's nothing of them together? By the way, she dated Gene Simmons' son, right?
Oh God, I don't know.
We plucked that out?
Oh,
she was the one-time girlfriend of Gene Simmons' son.
Possible.
So yeah, Depp can dodge cameras with the best of them. He has 10 residents. He's got a private island. She's a 1 percentile rarefied German princess. She knows how to get her. She has access to stuff, and
of course she's also in her early 30s, of course. So.
Right. So between the two of them, believe me, they don't have to be in front of a camera to do the deed. But who knows? I mean, I'm sure they could be on the outs by now.
I'd be shocked if they were still together.
Yeah, I would too. Okay, so let me move on to the next one. We're winding down here. Okay, this is Andy Morgan writes. He's always got some great quick one-liner. He writes, "It's your video you put up. I found the thing from the Fear and Loathing promotion where I show you he's rolling the cigarette. So you isolated the cigarette roll and posted it as a video. It's fascinating. He's rolling the brown cigarettes. And what's the brand again of cigarettes?
The tobacco is Drum.
Okay.
And the rolling papers are I forget what it is. It's a licorice rolling paper, which apparently allows more toxins into the lungs.
And you say it's more
toxic
damaging
than a regular cigarette because there's no filter. And the licorice paper, for what I'm reading, is even more toxic, allowing more to come in to his lungs. So say a prayer for Mr. Depp, because he's probably not giving that up anytime soon.
Unless Dr. Kipper is putting a leaf blower in his lungs every 3 days. God. Yeah. So all he says is Cincinnati Bengal super fan. Right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Joe Burrow rolls his own cigars too.
Hey, good for him. He deserves to roll a cigar after getting to the Super Bowl.
What a great season they had.
Unlike my Browns.
I mean, that's for being a bridesmaid. How much money would you have won if you picked the Bengals to win the Super Bowl in August? What were the odds back then? Nobody's in that division. Browns, Steelers, Ravens. Who the fuck picked them?
I would have said the Bengals probably would have come in 2nd or 3rd at the beginning of the season.
Just to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I wish they would have beat the Rams. Way to help take out an LA team, Bengals. Thanks. Anyway, go ahead.
The island video that you posted. That quick, I didn't even see you do that. Sly Sarah in a little island video. Thanks for my authorization.
I don't care. I do those quick, I do those quick ones when I have stuff that I don't think we're going to use. So I just throw it out. I know.
For that, I'm going to post 5 21 Jump Street trailers from the late 80s.
You post 50. I don't care. They're enjoyable.
I know. Miss Boggins writes here, I hope they show photographic examples of people who actually have these injuries in the upcoming trial for comparison. Then it should be obvious to the jury, if it wasn't already, that no amount of foundation can hide 2 black eyes and broken nose. Imagine the arrogance a person must have to make up such an obvious lie and expect it to be believed.
This long con is so intricate and involved and has been planned from 2013 at least, but there's going to be things that she forgets about that happened along the way, and that photo shoot is one of them. There is no way you contort your body into the position she was in on that photo shoot with bruised ribs. You don't snarl into a camera with a broken nose and a busted lip and 2 black eyes.
Great slideshow you have here. Really good stuff.
Are you watching it?
Yeah, no, it's rolling in front of me. Yeah.
Don't play it out loud because there's a Duran Duran
Dead
song.
eyes. She is I know. No, it's.
But look at what she's doing in those pictures. You can't do that. It's a minimal 6-week recovery time for bruised ribs. And I think we had a comment in there about it. It's longer, but I don't want to step on it.
Yeah. Spot on, Sarah. Great rant.
I can't stand it. Okay, go ahead.
Back when Dennis Miller was funny, he said something along the lines. This applies to her too. He goes, just like OJ, and this is a great Depp reference. He actually said it, and he goes, just like OJ and Ed Wood, she actually believes her own bullshit. It takes a special kind of personality to do that.
Yeah.
So Robert Burrs is a new one. Welcome to the Deappening WINO Forever family, Mr. Burrs.
Welcome, male. We rarely get men who watch, who are interested in the Johnny Depp saga.
No, we do.
I am proud that we are introducing this topic and this intricate Pecos Bill tall tale of Amber Heard to more people that had no idea.
Very, very, very. This trial is just so vital to the whole Me Too and the believability, the credibility, of taking it seriously and fight. And for those who, I think, his new lawyer who joined the Dream Team basically says, this is so seminal to not all men are guilty. Because you're a woman does not make you automatically innocent.
Yep.
They lie. They have been proven lies, and I'm going to prove that in this case she is lying. She feels so passionately. She don't get on to something unless she knows she's going to win. Almost like the way the FBI raids a house.
Yep.
She's not going to tarnish her reputation like that, and she wants it to look. Not all women are innocent.
No.
We need to. Men are always at a disadvantage as it is in these situations, and to preserve it's going to set back that Me Too movement many, many, many years if she loses.
Men are instantly guilty and have to bankrupt themselves proving their innocence in a situation like this.
Yep. And he pays for ironically, he pays for her lawyers.
Yeah, even if she has to pay $50 million, or if the jury says she has to pay more, it's gone in legal fees.
So Burrs writes, this is vintage Burrs. He writes, 6 weeks? I've broken my ribs when I was younger. It took 6 weeks to laugh or cough without pain. It was closer to 3 months before they were healed.
Yeah, and I just got the 6-week time frame. I was very kind to her. I said, when I Googled it, I said, what's the recovery time for bruised ribs? It said 6 weeks. It said 3 to 6 weeks, which is insane to me, first of all. But no, I agree. It's much longer. It's got to be.
If that were Anthony Davis, it would be 12 weeks. On a twisted ankle. And you write back, but I bet you were able to lie in the sand and at least twist your back while dancing in the waves, right? Vintage Sarah sarcasm about Mira.
She is just,
the worst.
We'll get into it more. Okay. Down the road.
Then on to the last one. Anybody writes? Okay, Exotic writes, complimentary Exotic. My weekend just got a lot better. New WINO Forever Deappening episode.
Yay.
I love it. Thank you, Exotic.
Those are great.
J.I. Young writes something interesting here. Johnny, Johnny should have asked Adam Sandler for advice on how to handle his bum ass actor friends. Adam probably put Rob Schneider's kid through college with, "You can do it." Yeah, Adam Sandler's horrible assembly line comedies, Happy Madison comedies that take like 2 weeks to film. He comes out in the movie every 3 weeks. Everybody knows all his cronies, all his Saturday Night Live cronies are in it. Spade, Schneider, Chris Rock, Kevin Nealon, and they come out and he gives them huge gifts and why not just hang out with your friends? And Depp does that to some extent. It's not as bad as Sandler, but it's a version of cronyism. Sandler's he's so spot on. J.R. Young. Sandler's is the worst case. It's just hire your SNL buddies and just have a party on production company's dime while we just play ourselves. And Adam Sandler, it did the worst scripts in the world. He did Mr. Deeds with Winona Ryder, and the script's always like, "I'm a fireman, I'm an astronaut, and I inherited $2 billion, and I got to spend it. I'm a great guy." It's the worst of the worst of the worst movies. But he takes care of his friends. You are spot on.
Mm-hmm.
A. Smith writes in bold print, which is great for me and my Agent Sans Matt Murdock 7180 vision. That's one of the few things one of the many things Depp and I have in common. We have Agent Sans vision. Thank you for the comments on my comments. I skip all the cutscenes and commentary when available, and the game is at a low volume. So I need you to, and the gunk. Yeah, he's saying that he listens to this in the That's the ultimate.
He plays Valhalla and kills
video
people.
Games. Yep, in the background.
Yeah, and we provide his background entertainment, which I'll take.
Well, I crush and run through games constantly. Appreciate your hard working in making these Deppisodes. Peace and love.
Thank you.
Yep. And A. Smith writes, that Photoshop jean jacket picture is hilarious. The baby is 15 inches away from her chest, and it's like they're hiding in a big jean jacket. That's your thing. So he's talking about where exactly in that?
That Twitter, that tweet that Instagram, sorry, where she was over the cliff holding the baby because she must have got some bad news, so she brings the baby out for pictures.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Over the big canyon.
Yeah, with the suspension bridge. I'm shocked she didn't walk across the bridge and hold the baby out on the side of the bridge.
I'm telling you,
Simba.
This is a Casey Anthony. Why didn't it happen? Just
it's just listen to the audio. You see what's going to happen. I hate it. It's horrible. That baby is so adorable.
Wait for it. So that should be about it. MVDV. Melissa, I don't know what progress you're having. If you're still having problems commenting, I don't know if it's because you're in the Netherlands, maybe but I will follow up on that. I'd love to know what's going on with that. If comments are getting restrained from however the weird YouTube moves in mysterious ways.
Yeah, we reset the settings on our comments, so made sure that everything's allowed, much to my detriment. But I don't know.
Detriment.
Shut up. I don't know what else we can do on our end. So, and we're
and to answer the people in the WINO Forever Deppening, I gotta give them a shout out before we get off. The people in the WINO Forever. Their question was, and maybe you can explain. We're getting on that. It's going to be probably this week. They want the audio. They want this to be converted to audio for people who want to listen to it when they drive.
You're working on that,
which is long overdue.
Yeah,
we should have done that right from Jump Street. Mm-hmm. Pun intended.
Something will be up and available soon.
We knew we should have done that, and I just blame me. I don't know. You just kind of just like going, this is good right now. And we didn't know how to get those feeds, those RSS feeds and iTunes and all that stuff. We're going to merge with Radio Gunk, which is a Howard Stern podcast that I'm on. And we were going to merge them together just to bring the two worlds together. But I don't know. It doesn't have to be. I mean, as far as Two Worlds don't have to be together, but it was Monique generously offered to put it on that. So she's still, I think, seeing how it. I got to send her the audio to see if we can do it. So it's going to be
Okay.
this week. Nightfall wanted to know, Arm, can you put these on a regular podcast audio feed? I keep missing them on YouTube. You got it. No, you're right. You shouldn't have to be relegated to just YouTube. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
And then Boff writes, his our generous friend Boff has all these suggestions. Gives us a link on how to do it. Thank you, Boff. Always a mensch. If you have an Android phone, newpipe.net. His app is very good for listening, downloading, subscribing. And we're going to have to use that.
Mm-hmm.
Without having to pay for YouTube Premium. All right, definitely. Whiskey Beer Breath writes, thank you, Arm and Sarah, for hours of quality content. I cannot agree more that every aspect of Depp's life is such a fascinating mix of drama and intrigue. So true. And I just listening to this, Sarah. You listening to this transcript for the first time. You must be like a gate. This has got to be crazy shit to you. Because
I know the basics, but it's great stuff. And there's so much more coming. This is day one.
I think it is fascinating. You kind of reading this for the first time is a great element to this.
Mm-hmm.
You sound super engaged.
This is a fun episode. So
yeah, it goes very
even though
fast
it's
reading that.
insanely long, and I'm going to be up at 3 tomorrow on my holiday off editing, so we can get this up very early next week.
Holiday is just another day.
Mm.
I know. Rather be with me. She writes, once the Amber Heard saga is finished, which I don't encourage you to rush this at all. I want to keep it going. There is still so much left to explore. I know you guys briefly touched on this in the Viper Room episodes, but a topic I would love to be seen explored is Depp and his relationship with Hunter S. Thompson from beginning to end. As you guys say, I think there's a lot to unpack with this one. Thanks for this call back.
You, as usual, are going to be leading that one. I will, in the meantime, watch Fear and Loathing.
I think people should. So much of what Depp is, and Wass hits on it, is the influence of Thompson. It is so important to everything he is. You can't.
Well, we also. I want to say this before I forget. We also have some home videos that were unearthed that we're going to go through of the two of them together, and we're not only going to watch that, but we will have a Hunter S. Thompson video very soon.
Johnny Bye Bye writes, you two got good voices and grammar. You should do audiobooks. Mr. Johnny Bye Bye will use proper grammar.
Oh, shush. You slip sometimes, and I slip more than you.
I'm just kidding. You two got good voices. You should do audiobooks. John's got the foreword. Sarah's got soft, non-judgmental voice.
Anybody who compliments me, I'm in debt for the rest of my life. I can't. I love it. I'm not used to being complimented. Boo-hoo.
Or maybe Monday Night Football, NBA playoffs. Not even Depp fans could still listen, but would still be interested. Yeah, I think the two worlds can go together. Thank you, Johnny Bye-Bye.
I would love to.
Great
we were going to do a Browns. Well, I decided. You never really agreed. But we were going to do the Browns-Steelers final game of the season. But was it the final game of the season? Yeah, Monday Night Football. The way those two teams were playing by the end, I would have thrown things. So.
And then he shows a picture of Slow Burn, the 1986 straight-to-cable movie Depp did with Eric Roberts and Beverly D'Angelo.
I gotta watch that too.
And it's the cover of it, and he came to Palm Springs looking for a woman. When he left, 3 people were dead. Eric Roberts, Beverly D'Angelo, Slow Burn. Joel Schumacher presents. Oh my God, that's a Joel Schumacher. And there's a picture of Depp with Air Jordans, the first Air Jordans, talking to Emily Longstreth with Beverly D'Angelo.
Well, isn't he like
rockabilly hair?
Isn't he like a middle class character, but somehow he's wearing Air Jordans?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like his latchkey. His mom, I think he's like a divorced kid, so his mom spoils him with the Jordans, and she's trying to.
Oh, okay.
And he's a high school student. I like the look he has. He has the rockabilly hair. He's got kind of a rockabilly dress shirt and T-shirt underneath it. Very hip for 1986.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the first Air Jordans, which came out, and he's in the movie maybe for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But I do recommend seeing MVDV has it on her YouTube channel.
Okay.
Anything else? You right? Not my you right. My non-judgmental voice comes from the pipes of the most judgmental bitch on the face of the earth. I would love to call game though. You get the unhidden evil from me.
It is. I get very angry watching NFL and NBA.
I write whiskey beer breath back, and I write that is a guarantee on Thompson. It should take up a few parts, in my opinion. There is not a Deappening that goes by where I don't reference Thompson. And not a day goes by where I don't ponder Thompson's legacy via Depp. That is very true. I think about how he controls so much of what Depp is, and I think it can't be emphasized enough. I really do. Hunter S. Thompson is the core influential ingredient to what makes Depp tick. And
Agreed.
Ironically, the ruination of his life by opening the Scamber Heard portal as she pretended to be obsessed with Thompson to get her harpy hooks into him in a Rum Diary screen test.
What year did Thompson die?
07?
Oh, okay.
Oh, by the way, we'll do it next time. I don't have time right now. We're going to read, because the end of the NFL season and the Super Bowl just got, I want to read his suicide letter. Should we save it for his episode?
Let's do it. Let's save it for the episode.
It's very depressing because the title of the fucking letter is "Football Season is Over."
Yeah. Let's do
so
that
you know
episode.
How I tell you I go into a major depression when the NFL is over, and I'm feeling it today. That's what he goes through. It's exactly what he goes through.
After that horrible Super Bowl, I am doing cartwheels at the NFL. The season is over.
You gotta like to learn to like more than one team. That's my advice for you.
You
gotta like more than one team.
I was rooting for the Bengals, Andy, and they couldn't beat LA. I'm sorry for LA fans, but I don't like any LA teams. That comes from my base Trailblazer fandom. You can't like LA. So I don't know. I'm not happy they won the Super Bowl. I have to deal with it. I have to heal this offseason and hope my team can make moves that they should have made a year ago. And Jarvis Landry's probably leaving. All right.
The drama with that team, all that, guys, for 8 and 9. For all you non-football fans, the team she just described went 8 and 9. All that drama every day.
OBJ
8 and 9.
was a locker room cancer and pitted, unfortunately, a lot of black versus white, which that's the last thing you want to see on an NFL team in the locker room. So, oh my God. Okay, I'm going to shut up. Let's wrap it up. We're almost at 4 hours.
Someday Baker plays Depp's son in a movie because I love the similar. I love the
Baker is smart right now and is staying off social media, which is the smartest thing he could do. Okay.
They have the same cute little gap. They have not a Strahan gap, not a Vanessa Paradis gap, but a little Depp gap between the teeth. Baker has the same thing Depp has.
I would take Kirk Cousins on my team.
I don't know. Thank you for all your kind words, whiskey beer breath.
Yeah,
I honestly
sorry.
think Depp's life will never run dry. Will never run dry, and with all that we've accrued over the years.
You are the greatest reference to have on a Depp podcast, and
it will never run dry. It will never run dry.
No, you know
Impossible.
everything. Okay, let's move on.
No, I mean, we all have little pockets of knowledge, but if I don't know it, I soon will know it. So, I write back to Nightfall about Kathleen Zellner, the one of the Dream Team, the new Dream Team attorney. Well, we'll see about how this trial goes. I got way too overconfident in the Sun UK trial, and now I'm doubting my every legalese instinct because of it. But as we say on the Deappening, virtually every show, if it's a jury gets to judge these two solely on charisma and obvious admissions, Scamber will get crushed. But I will never underestimate the power of histrionic female crutching on the Me Too movement in 2022. Well said, Mr. Arm.
You also have to, yes, bravo. You also have to remember it's a Virginia jury, which is a more down-home area of the country, which, in my opinion, can spot somebody coming a mile away.
Yeah.
So it's not LA. Sorry again. It's not LA
well, it's
where
also Washington,
this hot broad is coming in.
We say DC. We say Virginia. It really means Washington, D.C.
Yep. I don't know.
Right? I mean, we often forget that, like, Alexandria, that whole thing, it's like on the border of Maryland and DC. So it's the Washington Post is the paper. I don't know. Is their office out of Virginia? Is that why it's set in Virginia?
Yeah, because yeah, their home base is Virginia for the publication.
Okay,
so he's lucky. He lucked out there. Okay, let's wrap it up. We're over 4 hours now, even with my edits, the bathroom breaks.
Johnny Bye Bye. Then that's one of the guys one of our great new fans. And he just posts a bunch of documentaries that people may have missed. Some I saw, some I didn't see. I did not see the one Where Did It All Go Wrong. You did see it. It was from the Reels channel or something.
Yeah,
they did like
it
a
originally aired on
reenactment.
Reels.
Yeah, of him. It was an interesting attempt from 4 years ago. Great Lazarus writes, "Oh hell yeah! I have to kill some people in Ireland on Valhalla, and the episode tonight will provide me entertainment. I have crush skills. Thank you very much, Judy Tanuna, one of our great friends from the Gunk forums. Hey guys, look what I just found at the local candy store. LOL, and it's a picture of the 21 Jump Street trading cards with Hanson's picture on the front, which we have.
I have
right?
those.
You have
yeah.
a gaggle of them.
I sent some to you.
I ate the gum.
I hope not, because it's 30 years old.
It's all right. That's fine.
Ugh.
All the nutrients. It's got all the vitamins all in that one stick. $2 for that pack of Jump Street cards too. All right. Thank you, everybody. Sarah, phenomenal job reading it. I know you had yeoman's effort. We kind of reversed roles. The Tracy Jacobs transcript was me reading most of it, and now you know how it feels.
That's fine. I owed you about 20, so all right. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Phenomenal editing skills. Radio Gunk forums. Listen to that. The Deppening. Any questions, comments you might have? The Deppening. WINO Forever, The Deppening on Instagram. I think it's just The Deppening on Twitter. It's just The Deppening, right?
At The Deppening, yep.
And The Deppening at Gmail is the
Gmail
if you want to write extensive questions and rants.
Yep. And send your unpopular opinions, please, because we're doing that very soon. All right. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you, everyone.